let's get going. Call this meeting to order. This is the regularly scheduled September 23rd meeting of the Geneva Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm going to read our procedures that we follow since the COVID situation, I guess you call it, since COVID arrived. We do follow the new guidance from the governor in terms of holding public hearings. We're going to have it both here in City Hall and online. So there's folks that are on a WebEx call that will be also participating in the meeting. So got to walk through the procedure so we're all on the same page to get started. So good evening. This is the regularly scheduled September 23rd meeting of the Geneva Planning and Zoning Commission. I am Scott Stocking, the chairman of the commission. And for tonight, for the benefit of those in the audience, I'm joined by Community Development Director David DeGroot, City Planner Chayton True, and the commissioners are here. One commissioner, Bim, she's not in yet, but Mim will be remote. So we have one commissioner that will be remote this evening. This evening, the commission will continue a public hearing from our September 9th meeting for the agenda item 5A, consideration for a proposed 278,000 square foot warehouse distribution center located southeast of Kirk Road and Division Street intersection. As chairman, I'll guide the public, applicant, and commission through the public hearing process, which is outlined in the back of the meeting agenda. Please see this page for further details. Virtual attendees may watch or participate in a live stream meeting by accessing the link provided in the meeting agenda found on the city's website at www.geneva.il.us. For more information about meeting procedures or providing public comment, please see notice regarding public meeting and public comment rule modification due to COVID-19, a link which is provided on the agenda for the meeting this evening. During the public hearing that was open on September 9th, the applicant presented testimony for the project, followed by questions and comments from the commission and the public. The applicant had an opportunity to respond to these comments and questions. We will follow this outline, but ask that the public comments or questions are focused on new or revised information provided by the applicant since the September 9th meeting. This information includes updates regarding traffic, noise, lighting, landscaping, or property values. Audience members will then be called on virtually or in person. Typically, we do a group here in City Hall first, and then we go for some folks online since they're waiting as well. Members speaking during the public hearing will agree and understand that anything they say will be considered sworn testimony and affirm to tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. We ask that you state your name and address when it is your turn to speak. If your comment has already been made or your question has already been asked, it is not necessary to repeat it. Remind members of the public to refrain from veering off topic or directed comments to new or revised information. For veering off topic and direct comments to new or revised information provided by the applicant regarding traffic, noise, lighting, landscaping, or property values. Following the end of the public testimony, the petitioner will have an opportunity to answer the questions or respond to any comments made from members of the public. The public hearing will then be closed by the commission deliberation on the requests. In order to help the quality of the meeting broadcast, I remind that all commissioners mute themselves except when they are addressing the commission. Commission members joining virtually will also need to state their name prior to speaking and prior to providing a roll call vote to better assist our record keepers. For example, stocking, yay, nay, or abstain. Okay, so any questions? That's what we'll be following this evening. Hearing none, Celeste, please call the roll.
Evans,
Evans here.
Holloman,
Holloman here.
Madaskil,
Madaskil here.
Mead,
Mead here.
Slivka,
Slivka here.
Moran, Chairman Stocking.
Here.
Here for quorum.
All right, thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Pretty straightforward. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the agenda. Slivka. Madaskil second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, next item is approval of the minutes of September 9th, 2021 meeting.
Move to approve. Slivka.
Second, Mead.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so we'll move on to our single public hearing item this evening. It's Geneva Farms North, continued from September 9th, 2021. It's an annexation, zoning map amendment from the RR district to the I-1 district, preliminary and final plan unit development, PUD, preliminary and final plat subdivision and site plan review to allow the construction of a warehouse distribution center. The location is the southeast corner of Davidson Street and Kirk Road, and the applicant is CHI Acquisitions LP. Jane, do you have anything additional put on the record?
Yes, Chair, we do. So, in addition to the contents of the file that were mentioned at the September 9th meeting, there's also an addition to a couple of documents that I will read off. The first is evaluation case study summary, evaluation case study summary for Kirkwood, evaluation case study summary for Prestonfield, a noise study dated September 22nd, 2021, a revised landscape plan dated September 15th, 2021, a photometric plan dated September 23rd, 2021, overnight traffic impact memo dated September 23rd, 2021, and then we've also posted several public comments on the website, and all public comments that we received since the last public hearing and tonight will be put into the record as well.
All right, thank you very much. And we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening. Thanks for having us back, Commissioners. My name is Matt Cruz. I lead the Midwest office for Crow Holdings Industrial. We're the fee developer on behalf of the undisclosed owner-occupant of this building. Tonight, we'll be presenting updated information at many of your requests and some of the general public's requests. We've done quite a bit since the last time we saw you, and we'll present those findings to you tonight. Can't seem to, there we go. All right, so some of this is repeat for the sake of, obviously there's far more in the room tonight than there were last meeting on the 9th. We'll start with expert witness testimony, a recap of the video presentation that we put together. We'll run through land use, both your comp plan from April of 2003, the strategic plan called Geneva 25, which was adopted in 2018, and latest revision was March of 21. Recap the project overview, update the fiscal impact. We learned more since last meeting. We've updated the traffic information, updated the noise information, have provided a photometric study, have updated appraisal information, and then finally open it up for continuation of the public hearing for question and comment. So why do we need experts? In the same way that I'm not qualified to perform surgery on your back or teach your kid calculus, maybe my kids, I would probably not be great at it, but the whole idea is, yeah, I'm good at what I do. I develop industrial buildings for a living. I'd like to think after 18 years I'm an expert in that subject, but that doesn't mean I'm an expert in noise. It doesn't mean I'm a civil engineer. Those things take license, education, qualifications, certifications. That's why we've brought experts tonight. So our land use expert, Renee Hanlon, she spoke last time about the relevance of your comp plan. Traffic is Sam Schwartz, which is one of the most reputable traffic consulting firms in the state of Illinois. Sarah Disney Hoffey, who's a professional engineer and a professional traffic operations engineer, and also the director of traffic engineering at Sam Schwartz, will speak to you tonight. On noise and sound, Kimberly Horn, which again is one of the most respected planning and design consulting firms in the country. Tad Hardy, who's a professional engineer, is joining by phone. Lastly, on the appraisal and the valuations, you heard from Lee Ovington of Ovington Appraisal Service last time. He's not here in person, but we'll update his findings. For those who weren't here last time, here's a quick 90-second video. This will give you a better visualization of the project. The updated landscape plan in this berm shot is not updated in the video. We'll show you an image later in the video. And one thing that's also missing is the bike path continuation along the entire east side of Kirk Road. That shot's actually true elevations. Okay, so land use and comprehensive plan. In April of 2003, the city government here voted on and adopted what is the comprehensive plan still in effect today. It's ordinance number 2003-24. The result of the vote on April 23rd, 2003 was 8 ayes, 1 nay, 1 absent. The purpose and intent of the comprehensive plan within the city of Geneva is to be the official policy to guide the physical improvement and development of the community. It addresses community character and specifies land use goals. And furthermore, to developers, to end users, in this case, it serves as a marketing plan to attract those new businesses, that investment, that development within the city. Here's a snapshot of the city limits. You can see the east side of town highlighted in yellow at the right hand, top right hand of the page with all the purple in it. That's commercial industrial. Zooming in further, you can see that the entire east side of Kirk Road is planned and has been planned for 19 years as industrial use. If you go north on Kirk, you find roughly 5 million feet of industrial already in St. Charles. If you go south on Kirk into Batavia, same idea. To further provide a visualization, the airport, DuPage Airport's immediately to the east, and Geneva Farms North is highlighted there. In the comp plan, many occasions, this shows up. So the areas east of Kirk Road, while there might be limited commercial opportunities, it should primarily be developed as industrial. This project's a modern state-of-the-art distribution facility. The existing I-1 uses nearby are Lineage Logistics, MSI Express, Green Corps, among others. The planning goals state that Kirk Road's designated as a strategic regional arterial, effectively a county highway. It's intended to carry a large volume of traffic. It's a natural buffer between residential to the west and industrial to the east. And the industrial itself is intended to be a buffer between the residential to the west and the airport to the east. Geneva Drive has been called to be extended in the comp plan to improve accessibility and traffic flow. The importance of industrial is to support both the employment and tax base with the city. The plan, as I mentioned, generally encourages light industrial uses east of Kirk Road. These projects are a significant source of revenue and employment for the city. They encourage additional industrial uses at appropriate locations, light industrial, warehousing, distribution. All of that comes time and time again in the comp plan. So let's get to the benefits of a project like this. It increases employment, diversifies the tax base, shifts the burden away from homeowners, provides significant tax revenue to school district without bringing additional kids. That part's important. And provides the city with tax revenue for improvement of facilities, of public spaces, of libraries, of parks, those type of things. So what is light industrial? It can be light manufacturing like Lineage is, MSI is, food manufacturing. It can be assembly and production. In this case, it's distribution, storage, and warehousing. I note that trailer parking is already a permitted use within the I-1 district. Or it can be office research or other related uses. I mentioned Lineage. Just to the east of the project site, Lineage Logistics operates a cold storage and food manufacturing plant, nearly 2.5 times the size of this planned project, 640,000 square feet, with outdoor storage and trailer parking. MSI is directly to their south. It's roughly the same size as this planned building is. In that building, they dry mix and blend and pouch, and it's a lot of food-related uses. Green Court Group and Herside Foods are immediately south of Averill Road. That building is 400,000 feet, so about 125,000 square feet bigger than this project. Again, that's food-related. And Meyer Enterprises on State Street on the west side of town. In the comp plan, this is one of those, hey, if we can relocate that, it'd be better. Ideally, we put that east of Kirk Road. That building's 225,000 feet. It's a rail car component manufacturer. It's got outdoor storage, a rail spur, trailer parking, etc. The strategic plan, last revised this past March, calls out several goals for the city to accomplish for its economic vitality. How does the city achieve those key outcomes outlined below? One way to do it is to build a commercial industrial development in town. This project will bring 5 of the 8 key outcomes. The updated fiscal impact is as follows, and I think it's important here to just describe further what this building entails. So in 278,000 feet, there's 15,000 feet of office. There's 263,000 feet of warehouse space. There's truck docks on both sides of the building. There's storage. This is a warehouse sorting distribution facility. As a developer on spec, we've built everything from big cross-dock buildings, shallow bay light industrial, which are generally a little bit less deep, and we built 2 truck terminals. Truck terminal is between 100 and 125 feet deep. There is no storage of product in a truck terminal. That's the key differentiating factor. A warehousing, by definition, is this. I think we want to watch football right now. It'd be great if we could just put it on that screen.
That'd be awesome.
Although the Houston Texans are playing, so it's not really going to be like 50 to nothing.
How about you stop reading from slides and read from the heart? No, this is our town.
Sir, let him please finish his presentation. You'll have a moment to speak.
So, like I was saying, I've built, the firm I work for has built 2 truck terminals in and around Chicago. The differentiating factor between a warehouse, which by definition is a building which stores goods, and a truck terminal is storage. This building stores goods. A truck terminal, again, being very shallow, 100 feet deep, more or less. You've got trucks on one side, pallet jacks go in, pull goods off, pull pallets off the back of those trucks, put them in immediately the back of other trucks going the other way. There is no rack storage, there's no storage of any kind in a truck terminal. That is not what this building is. Of the 500 jobs that we told you about last time, 10 are senior operations leadership level, $100,000 a year type salary jobs and up. 30 are $80,000 salary and up. The balance of the jobs are the $16 to $20 an hour type positions. The important thing here, it doesn't matter if you're full-time, part-time, everybody's got full benefits. Of the 460 warehouse associates, 300 of those are supposed to be full-time. In the testimony in public comment last time, the wrong numbers were kind of grabbed onto here. So I want to restate this. So the projected property tax bill for this facility is going to be between $750,000 and $950,000 a year. It doesn't matter if you're a building, a homeowner, 71% of your tax bill goes to the school district. So what's that mean? $550,000 to $675,000 goes to the schools every year. In looking at the average home in Geneva East, those neighborhoods, roughly $4,000 to $9,000-ish tax bills annually. So $3,000 to $7,000 of those homeowners' tax bills goes to the school district, meaning it would take 100 to 175 homes to equate the tax revenue and the tax contribution to the school district on an annual basis. Ancillary benefits, folks coming to work at this building will spend money at local restaurants, at shops, gas stations, etc. This owner-occupier is owning the building. This is not a tenant in a building that we built as a developer and we're leasing it to them. This company is coming to town, owning their building. Over the next 20 years, what's that mean? $15 to $19 million in tax revenue. It's $10 to $13.5 million of tax going to your school district. This building doesn't bring new kids. So just think of what that does to public open spaces, public amenities, attracting top-tier teachers, improving the facilities, sporting facilities, etc. The five key outcomes that we mentioned before. Population is more or less stagnant in the city of Geneva. So to increase the EAV, or the assessed valuation, the tax base, this is a perfect way to do it. Because you're not increasing population, yet you're juicing big time that EAV. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Disney-Hoffey with Sam Schwartz to give you the updated traffic.
Good evening again. As Matt mentioned, my name is Sarah Disney-Hoffey, Director of Traffic Engineering with the Chicago office of Sam Schwartz, and I will keep it brief. To respond to the questions that we received on September 9th, we did a 24-hour count at the intersection of Kirk and Geneva so that we could assess the overnight traffic patterns that are currently in place and compare them relative to what is expected as a result of this development. So we did the count on Tuesday, September 14th at that location. And then we summarized our data for the two segments of Kirk Road, north of Geneva Drive and south of Geneva Drive. And we looked at 2 periods of time, looking roughly at daytime hours. From 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. is what we considered to be daytime, generally hours when people would be awake. And then also our overnight hours, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., roughly hours when people would be asleep. So the quantity of heavy vehicles being vehicles that are larger than a standard passenger car that somebody would drive as their own home vehicle. The current count of trucks on Kirk Road, north of Geneva Drive, you can see in the bottom, the daily total is about 2,500. During the daytime hours, it's roughly 2,300, and around 200 of those are from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. With the additional trucks that would be added to Kirk Road, north of Geneva Drive, we expect an increase of approximately 3% during the day. Overnight hours, we're looking at about 90 trucks, or a 39% increase. All in all, during the entire day, that's a 6% increase in truck traffic on Kirk Road, north of Geneva. South of Geneva is where we expect the largest portion of trucks from this site to go to head back towards 88. And so it's a slightly larger quantity of trucks from this development. Still, the quantity of trucks on Kirk Road, south of Geneva, is in that 2,500 ballpark figure, 2,300 during the daytime hours, a little over 200 at night. Then the increases during the day in truck traffic is about 4% during those daytime hours, and overnight it is about 52% for the 24-hour period being 8%. Now, to put that into the context of total traffic on Kirk, as Matt mentioned, this is a strategic regional arterial as classified by the Metropolitan Planning Agency for the Chicagoland area, and it's classified as a county freeway by the Kane County Division of Transportation. We have ballpark 32,000 vehicles per day on Kirk Road currently. During the daytime hours, it's about 28,000. Overnight, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., it's about 4,000 on this corridor. Would you like to pick this up? Thank you.
So as part of the traffic study and the comp plan, which called for the extension of Geneva Drive through the property, here's a list of the public infrastructure that is being privately funded. It's roughly $2.4 million in accordance with the comp plan and the strategic plan. Entails extending Geneva Drive through, as I mentioned, adding a new signal at Geneva Drive and Kirk Road, connecting the bike and walking path along the east side of Kirk Road, and extending water and sewer mains all the way along Geneva Drive. Key to point out, this is stuff that would be funded by taxpayer dollars. In this case, it's being privately funded, and there are no financial incentives, no tax abatements, nothing of this sort being requested by the owner. Building off what Sarah said, Kirk Road being the SRA, it's designed to be a major arterial connecting Route 64 North Ave and the far north end, all the way down to I-88. I suppose you could continue on going up to I-90. Key to note here, KDOT, Kane County Department of Transportation, controls Kirk Road. They've got plans in the not too distant future to expand this road to a 7-lane road. This is a major artery coming north-south through the Fox Valley. A new signal trying to get into the neighborhoods, probably going to end up being a very good thing.
Oh, on taxes go down, that's awesome.
So our sound consultant is on the phone. I can speak to this. We presented this graphic last time. It's showing the building on the east, the red and the orange, and how sound permeates out from the center. You can see the earth berm highlighted by bright green as it abuts the east side of Kirk Road. In the circle, you can see that yellow shade. It's 50 to 55 decibels. So as we pointed out in the 9-9 meeting, this is well below your code guidance, which is 60 to 65.
Excuse
It-
me,
it-
I don't want to have any outbursts in the audience while he's presenting. You'll have an opportunity to speak later. Thank you.
So before I get to, we actually went out there with microphones recorded over a 24-hour period, and I think the results will surprise you. They surprised me, to be honest. I know several members of the public, folks on the commission and staff saw the microphone set up, but you asked, or several folks asked, what about a sound wall? So we asked our sound consultant to run that analysis. Right now, the berm, the 8-foot berm, this is not updated to reflect the additional evergreen landscaping. That's mainly a visual thing. What dampens the noise is the earth berm itself. That's doing its job. It mitigates that sound. You can see it in a sharp line just stop. So what about that sound wall? If you threw a 6-foot wall on top of the berm, it reduces it by basically nothing. An 8-foot wall, you're 1 to 2 decibels. A 10-foot wall, which you start getting into, okay, this really is pretty ugly now, even if I've got trees in front of it, you're 2 to 3 decibel reduction. That's non-decipherable to the human ear. I mentioned the microphones being set up. The 2 yellow dots are where they were set up. Here are the photos of those microphones being set up. And they recorded for 24 hours straight, from noon on the 16th to noon on the 17th. Our project's not here. The 24-hour average sound level is 76.1 decibels. Overnight, it's 73.1 decibels. That's at Division, which has a traffic light. So I know there were comments on, hey, trucks stop, trucks are really loud when they get going. Look at the data. Today, there are still trucks going down Kirk Road. They stop at Division. They don't stop at Geneva, right? There's no discernible difference in the sound data as it stands today. The most quiet hour is 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. at 66 decibels. Remember, our project is only going to put 50 or 55 decibels out there. This sound from Kirk Road is going to outweigh anything that this project could ever add to it. The most quiet single minute overnight, 3:20 a.m., 49 decibels, about the sound level that our project will produce. So why is it so loud? It's highly traveled. There's 30,000 cars a day. It's 4,000 vehicles overnight. You have to go pretty fast. The main problem is the concrete expansion joints and the transverse tining. So it's that, so you don't slip, right? There's lines that go perpendicular to the roadway. The airport's there. You got air conditioning running. You've got lawnmowers. You've got cicadas, crickets. There's all sorts of other sounds at night and during the day. At the end of the day, the noise is in line with what you'd expect for a county freeway. Yeah, it's like if you live next to the L downtown, you hear it for a week and then you get used to it. Same idea, if you've lived next to Kirk Road for a long time, you don't hear it. The key takeaways is the combined noise from our project and Kirk Road is not simply additive. You can't take 50 decibels from our project, add it to 70 decibels on Kirk Road and get 120 decibels. It's not how noise works. It's logarithmic. So at the end of the day, once this project is built and added to Kirk Road sound, you're adding 1 to 2 decibels of total sound. It's undecipherable by the human ear. The commission asked us to improve the landscape berm. We had a mix of deciduous and evergreens on top prior to this. We've moved from 6-foot evergreens to a wall of 8-foot evergreens day one, still intermixed with deciduous and ornamental trees. So now you've got a visual wall running atop the berm. So that's what it looked like last time. That's what you've got now. This is day one planting. What's the takeaway? We're planting 400 trees on what's a farmed field. There's 21 trees out there today. We're planting 241 new shade trees, 72 deciduous shrubs, 31 ornamental trees, and there's 56 8-foot tall evergreens atop that berm. Question came up about light last time and light bleeding. Kirk Road is fully lit in accordance with IDOT and KDOT specifications. It's got an average light level of 0.9 foot candles. We're 0 foot candles at our lot line, meaning that we have 0 lot light spillover onto Kirk Road. This is impossible to read on the slide, but the circle area is showing 0 foot candles of light at the property line. And it's in full accordance with City of Geneva code. Valuation and appraisal issues, and then I'll wrap this up. The Kirkwood community, we investigated and kind of reframed. Most of all of this was in our report. It wasn't presented, candidly in the best light. So we'll reframe it here. We looked at the Kirkwood community. That's just south of the project site on the west side of Kirk Road. You've got a similar intersection there at Averill. Signalized. You've got a ton of industrial to your east. All those trucks going to MSI, to Lineage, to Green Corps, all of those folks are making that right turn. The homes and the values of those that directly abut Kirk Road in 2007 to 2008, you can see there are $247,000. Today there were $272,000. The interior of that neighborhood is about $400 higher in 2007, and it's $2,000 higher today. So at the end of the day, there's no discernible or observable difference. Kirkwood, from median home or average home sales price, is effectively similar or materially similar to the neighborhoods on the west side of Kirk Road at Geneva Drive and Division Street. We further looked at the Prestonfield community on the east side of the DuPage Airport in West Chicago. That's also next to 59. You've got an industrial development and a Menards to the north. Top image shows you what it looked like in 2007. Bottom image is what it looks like today. They're also protected by the same 6-ton weight limit within that community. Same idea. So those homes have actually increased in value at the same rate that the broader West Chicago market has. And it doesn't matter if you're backed up directly to the front of that industrial building or if you're in the inside of the neighborhood. That's all we've brought to update you today. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and happy to continue the public hearing at this point.
All right, commissioners, have any follow-up? Can you put Mim on screens, please, so I can see her? Because, Mim, you're just going to have to yell if you want to be recognized until I get you on screen. Anything for the commissioners at this time? Yes, John.
Mr. Chairman, question for staff or the applicant. The timing of the Kirk Road expansion, have we heard anything definitive on when that will occur? It certainly looks, I was out there 4 times in the last week walking along Kirk Road, and it certainly looks like it's already designed for the 3 lanes in each direction. It's just a wide shoulder. Do you know when they anticipate expanding that?
I do not know. I don't know. Do you have an idea on when that's occurring?
It's in their long-range plan without a specific date.
Okay, thank you.
But they preserve property to enable that to be constructed
Do you-
in the long run.
Do you happen to know it will be expanded to the 7 lanes from Route 64 all the way down through Batavia to 88, or is it just a certain portion?
It would be, if I'm not mistaken, 64 to Mesa Lane in Aurora, which is near Butterfield.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else at this time? All right. Guess we'll move on to. Oh, I'm sorry, Adam.
Just got a couple questions for the petitioner, if I could. If I could get a better understanding of the day-to-day operations for the business, the drivers they're delivering, are they dropping and running, or they have to wait to be unloaded, or how does that process work?
I can't speak specifically to the exact operation, but in most instances in distribution facilities like this, a driver will arrive and drop a load at a dock. Sometimes they leave right away to go pick up another load, and they might pick up an outbound load, or they'll wait around and wait to be unloaded before leaving.
Okay. And as far as having the parking on both sides, in theory, one side might be staging for drivers that are delivering, the other side are empty trailers after they've been unloaded. Is there a
Correct.
spotter involved in this that
There'll be
brings
a
the trailers
spotter.
back and forth?
There'll be a
as well?
spotter. So generally, trailers are moved with a yard jockey, so you don't want to take a 22-foot long cab to
Right.
try to back trailers around the yard, right? You'll have a 2-axle vehicle to do that.
Right. And as far as, you said these are all dry goods, so there will be no refrigerated cars, no reefers or anything that'll be sitting there idling or running overnight or anything like that?
Dry goods.
Okay. For city staff, or this might be for council, what's stopping the petitioner, if we were to reject this tonight, from just taking their ball and walking over the street, across the street to St. Charles, and applying with St. Charles and having them annex it, and having us not have a say at all whatsoever with the client as far as like rules or regulations, as far as what's set forth at the site? Nothing stopping them.
Right.
So they could just as easily tomorrow go to St. Charles.
Or another community that meets the needs of the client. Yeah.
Okay.
The search, because I know that we competed for this, we happen to have the land contracted or under contract with Mr. Dempsey at BEI. There were 5 eligible sites: Aurora, North Aurora, St. Charles, and 2 in Geneva, unincorporated King County.
And one other question for city staff is, would we be allowed to put some type of stipulation in place where, say, between the hours of 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., they have, as the trucks are leaving the facility, no right turn where it requires them to turn left and go down Geneva Drive to Couts versus going out on the Kirk? Are we allowed to put those types of regulations in place?
I believe that the client wouldn't locate here without the Kirk Road access, correct?
The Kirk Road access, specifically with a traffic signal, was key. The other site was Hillwood that was in play, the fronts on Couts, and ultimately they preferred Kirk Road frontage. And remember, there are already 230 trucks overnight traveling down Kirk Road. So you're going to add another 90 to it here.
That's all I got. Thank
That's
you.
all I have? Great, thank you. Mim, do you have anything?
One of my questions, just to clarify, and Adam actually was thinking along the same lines. I wondered also about the idling, if there would be trucks idling at any time of day, or if they could come in and shut their engines down.
I assume there will be. I can't answer that. I'm just a developer representative here on behalf of the owner. But in most instances like this, there will be cabs that idle throughout the day.
Has there been any investigation or is there concern about air quality impacts if we have all diesels idling?
There's been no specific study. What I can tell you is this company is one of the leading and most progressive companies in the world on sustainability. On this property alone, they've designed it, and you'll see in the submitted plans, there are electric vehicle charging for both cars and trucks. This building has LED lights inside and out. It uses local and regional construction materials. You've got 400 new trees planted on site, as I mentioned previously. And so they are trying to be a good steward to the environment. At the end of the day, this is a warehouse distribution I-1 use. So as it relates to what you might see in a spec building, for instance, this particular company and project will go above and beyond what would be expected of a spec developer.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
as a follow-up to Mim's question about the idling trucks and Adams, did your noise study at all factor in noise coming from the building that it included operations of idling trucks?
It did. And remember, the west side of the building, and it was designed this way, the larger trailer stall storage area, the parking areas on the west side of the building, and that was done with a purpose. You've got further separation from the residents, further
Right.
separation from Kirk Road. You get further down that natural grade that falls away from Kirk Road.
Right.
And then when you add in 12-foot tall trailers there, that's a heck of a lot of stuff for sound to go through. So it's an additional sound blanket, if you will.
And the study did include idling trucks, so the 50 plus or minus 50 decibels.
It did not include the trailer stalls being full. So you had a conservative take where you had the trucks active, loud idling, dock plates hitting the back of trailers at that dock wall, but no buffer of empty trailers to block that sound.
So your position would be that it's likely going to be less than that, or the
Correct.
noise, that the truck idling noise will be dampened to some respect with a field of trailers.
Correct.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Becca, Michael, have anything? I have one question for Sarah. So, I believe on last meeting I asked, I don't know if you ran the numbers, in terms of what kind of truck impacts would be on 38 and 64 to access this facility. Did you know anything on that?
Yeah, I did look at the orientation of the roadway network of both of those roadways, and we make our engineering judgments of what the routing of traffic will be based on where they're likely to be traveling from and connecting to. And we did consider for some of the traffic that would be heading towards the north, it may go to 64 and some could trickle east. Likewise, some could trickle to the east on 38 for connections to I-355. But the orientation of both of those state roads is such that there's not a lot of great direct connectivity to likely origins and destinations. So I would expect that that truck traffic through the two downtown regions would be quite small.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, I don't think anybody on the commission has anything at this point, so yes, please. We'll begin the public part of the public hearing.
Need to be focused on tonight.
Yes, please, again, just as a reminder, please spend time talking about things that were presented this evening. These were the germane points that we were still contemplating after the last meeting.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to swear? Do we need to swear anybody new in or no?
Sure.
You should. Yeah, you want to ask everyone to stand and swear
Okay,
them in.
so
That's
everybody
gonna be-
who's, and people at home, are just going to have to take your word for it. But everybody is going to give testimony, please stand so you can be sworn in. The formality that we have to do. You can raise your right hand if you want to, but that's all right, just as long as you're standing. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. All right, so again, what we'll try to do is go along first couple here in City Hall, and then we'll switch over to online. So people who are online who want to speak, we'll get to you in a little bit. So we're going to go by the order of people who are signed in. So the first person is Michelle Rathman.
Good evening, Chairman Stocking and all the members of the Planning and Zoning Committee, and to all of my neighbors who are here this evening as well. As you know, 2 weeks ago tonight, community members filled the seat of this room for the purpose of learning more about, and especially expressing our deep concerns about the Geneva Fields North project before you. There are several of us here tonight who can attest that we believed, had we not attended that meeting that we found out about 2 days prior, some of that's our fault as well, but we're here to remedy that this project would have already been passed by this committee onto the full Geneva City Council for a yes or no vote. So let me say this: thank you for having the prudence to postpone that decision and continue this public hearing and comment
Can you
period.
please no applause or outbursts during the meeting, please? Let
Don't
folks
get me
talk.
kicked out. As
Won't
you've
kick
dis-
you out, but please,
Yes.
let's have some decorum, please.
As you've discovered, I'm sure, this project has motivated, and that's an understatement, well over 100 or more residents to seek more information, organize, and present additional questions and information to you as you deliberate on a project that I and many others here tonight believe will be detrimental to our community. Let me be clear. We don't just see this as an east side, west side matter, And that's because we believe this development, and from what we can determine based on the development plans for the east side of Geneva Drive, once the field is gone and the road runs through it, will change the city from a, in quote, our website, a vibrant community full of culture, history, shopping, and festivals, to something much different. And when I say different, I mean bad different. Since coming here 2 weeks ago, I think it's important to share with you that collectively we've done hundreds of hours of research. We may not be experts on certain things. Many of us have long professional careers, and we are good at research. We've contacted the news media, even had a CBS 2 News come out to Lions Park to speak with us. And I bring this up because I think it's important to know that at that event, a paid consultant for this project attended that meeting, presenting himself as a resident in favor. When a neighbor pointed out to me, I tipped off the reporter because, in fairness, I don't believe you can be a supportive resident without disclosing personal, professional, financial interests. I also bring this up because this consultant went on the record, in fact on TV, saying towns, meaning the city of Geneva, in quote, need this project to strive. Those were his words. It got me to thinking, and maybe to you too. Does this committee and the city council believe that we need this truck terminal, cross-docking facility, warehouse, I think we'll talk about that later, to actually strive? I think we're doing pretty good. In addition to this hard work we've done to share this story with neighbors across social media, and our third ward representatives, Alderwoman Ruby and Alderman Kilberg, facilitated a town hall in the park last Saturday. We were able to organize quickly. Where approximately 90 or so residents on the east side of Geneva community showed up and expressed our concerns and questions for close to 2 hours on a Saturday morning. In addition to a volunteer put together a website, my husband and I and many others chipped in a couple $1,000s to put signs out, flyers. Why are we doing this? Why the interest in this project? Well, you might think it's another not in my backyard attitude. It would be easy to assume that. We're only concerned with how it might impact us individually. That is not what we're doing. And if that's what you're thinking, I can assure you it is not accurate, not even close. Tonight in this room and on Zoom or wherever people are out there in cyberspace, you're going to hear from many Geneva residents who've done their homework and then some. You're going to hear questions that were left unanswered during the first public hearing. And I can promise you, you'll be asked, as will the developer representing the owner, questions that you may not have heard yet. In fact, I think you have not heard yet. And you're going to hear a host of valid concerns that we believe should stop this project, not all or any proposed project, but this project from moving forward indefinitely. Tonight, we, the people, are going to talk about zoning. Yeah, we're going to have a conversation about that. We're going to talk about traffic safety, the traffic signal at Geneva and Kirk. We're going to talk about DuPage Airport and the possible connections to this project. We're going to talk about disruption, nuisance factors, noise, lights. Oh, the lights, I was out there last night. Economic impact and taxpayer burden, environmental impact, independent studies, neighborhood fit, owner-developer issues. To understand this, you have to see where we are in our shoes. This mysterious owner that we are supposed to trust, we're being told we should trust. And in my line of work, I say to people, I am not here to should all over you. The other thing we're going to talk about is traffic and rule enforcement, truck idling. That's going to come up tonight, as well as the possibility that any grants might be tied to this project, and I suspect more issues than that. To the members of the Planning and Zoning Committee, I do have just a few questions of you. I think I know the answer, but I have to ask them anyway. Have any of you made up your mind already about this project in terms of being in favor of it, or made any guarantees to the petitioners that you support their application? And the reason I ask is, I've had many people, I've been standing out at Lions Park diligently all week saying, Michelle, it's a done deal, but you go ahead and try and keep up the good fight. That's why I asked that question. The other question I asked you is, will you commit to taking into consideration the input that you hear this evening before you making this decision to endorse this project and advance it to the City Council? We need to know this because our lives depend on it. Lastly, I do have a question for the project applicants. First, I want to explain why I'm asking this question. During our town hall meeting on Saturday, our alderman made a statement related to trusting what consultants say or present. For those of you who were there, you understand my response was a bit emotional because a lot of times I'm standing on that side of the room trying to get hospitals built in communities. So I thought about that hard. The message from our alderman was clear, that we should not trust, not without verifying. Our alderwoman's advice to us was to be our own, thank you, experts. Some in this room tonight are experts, as I said, in general area, but this should not be our burden. Not our burden. Our expectation is that the city would taking into consideration this project, to conduct your own independent studies, no matter how fancy of a letterhead the experts have or how revered they are. Why should we trust an owner that we do not know yet? Tonight, after hearing all of our testimony, supporting information and questions, I ask this committee to deny this application and at the very least delay its decision until such time when additional independent research can be conducted and residents have time that we need to secure our own representation and experts. If the city will not do so on behalf of the constituents it serves, I am grateful for all your service. It is not an easy job. I wouldn't want to be sitting in your chair, not tonight or ever. Please know, my comments are not directed to you as individual people. I honor your service. I thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight, and I will yield to many other people who are here to share their concerns as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next person on here is David Walls. I'm going to mispronounce the last name. Walzenak? Sorry.
State their name and address.
578 Lexington Drive.
That is correct. My name is David Walenziak. I'm at 578 Lexington Drive. About a 32-year-long resident. Today, what I would like to bring up is the topic of zoning. And according to your Planning and Zoning Commission meeting agenda that was put out for today's meeting, and I'll just summarize. It's calling out from RR district to I-1 district. And it says for the construction of a warehouse distribution center. Then if you look under your website, it basically says the same thing, RR rural, residential district to I-1, for a development of a 278,000 square foot distribution facility. So it clearly states this is a warehouse distribution center or distribution facility under a I-1 zoning classification. So I went and I took a look, and Geneva on their website, under the city government, city code, the city of Geneva is using the following source for their zoning regulations. And they're using the city code of Geneva, Illinois, 2010 municipal code. And the one that I was looking at, which is the latest, is version April 20th of 2021, and it's marked current. So I'm giving you the facts from the most current data. And from this point forward, any codes that I express to you are taking from that version of your codes that are on your site. And I believe I sent out earlier today, you have a copy of this paper, and I have all the listing of the codes that I'll be talking about. Now, so the assumption this is a warehouse distribution center requiring an I-1 zoning. And if you take a look, and it's under Chapter 7, Article B, I-1 Light Industrial District, the definition and the intent under 11-7B-1 says the I-1 Light Industrial District is designed to provide an environment environment suitable for industrial warehousing, office, business service, and compatible commercial uses that do not create appreciable nuisance or hazards, or that require a pleasant, hazard, and nuisance-free environment. And if we look under 11-7B-2 under permitted uses, and they're listed, there's a couple pages of them, they're listed alphabetically. It does list warehousing and distribution. So no question there. So as can be seen under section 11-7B-2, warehousing and distribution is permitted in an I-1 zone district as long as the industrial warehousing does not create appreciable nuisance or hazards, or is placed in an area that requires a pleasant, hazard, and nuisance-free environment. And other speakers after me will address those nuisance issues, such as the traffic, the noise, the air pollution, light pollution, etc. In itself, the nuisance issues, which will be supported in later public comments, under the I-1 zoning regulations, support our belief this type of business should not be placed here. However, I am contending there is a larger issue regarding the zoning compliance. The designation of this project as a warehouse distribution center and the I-1 zoning classification appears to be inaccurate. My belief, this is not a warehouse distribution center, but a truck terminal distribution center, a cross-docking operation, which does not fall under the I-1 zoning permitted uses that you're currently using. Items to support this, I have 3 of them. Number 1, from the last meeting that we held here on September 9th, if you look at the video, the time code is 2 hours, 44 minutes, and 45 seconds into the meeting. It was discussed by Matt Cruz, the managing director of Crow Holdings Industrial, and this is basically quote unquote what he said. There are 2 different types of warehouse buildings, single load or cross docks. In this case, the end user requires a cross dock. The reason is because of the guts of how this building operates. Inbound trucks on one side and outbound trucks on the other. Goods move through the facility in a straight path. That's his words. There is racking in the middle of the building, and there are what is called speed bays that are open with no racking, which is where the employees would load the trucks or stage loads that are to be put on the back of trucks that are loading. This is not the description of a warehouse distribution center. Number 2, the design of the building supports this is not a warehouse distribution center, but a truck terminal distribution center, utilizing cross-docking. It is a long building with docks on both sides, one side for incoming and the other side for outgoing. The building is relatively narrow with enough room for temporary storage and staging of loads. The materials go in on one side, incoming trucks with intermodal containers. Those are the containers coming off of railroad cars, and out the other side, the outgoing semi-trailer trucks. And it's done as fast as possible. Again, that is not the description of a true warehouse distribution center. And then 3, the design of the yard supports this is not a warehouse distribution center, but a truck terminal distribution center, again, utilizing cross-docking. The east side of the building, the incoming side would receive the intermodal containers. That's what we were told at the last meeting. The west side of the building, the outgoing side would be the regular trucks, the semi-trailers. it wouldn't be utilizing smaller trucks. And again, that was mentioned. It would be all the larger semi-trailers. There are a lot more parking spots on the outgoing west side for semi-trailer trucks due to the need to sort out and get the right loads ready for shipment to distribution warehouses or other direct end users. Truck parking spots on the east side, there's 124. Truck parking spots on the west side, 241. So the big difference between a warehouse distribution center and a truck terminal distribution center utilizing cross-docking is not only the internal layout and functionality, but also the number of trucks per day and the shuffling of trailers in the yard. And from what I can see, just recently in the latest traffic study, the truck trips per day was increased from 350 to 510. So the above descriptions clearly support this is not a warehouse, but a truck terminal distribution center utilizing cross-docking. The definition of a truck terminal distribution center where cross-docking takes place, and this you can find this. It seems like all the companies seem to use this almost verbatim. Cross-docking takes place in a distribution docking truck terminal. Again, truck terminal, usually consisting of trucks and dock doors on two inbound and outbound sides with minimal storage space. In the trucking industry, cross-docking is done by moving cargo from one transport vehicle directly onto another with minimal or no warehousing. So my contention is what is being called a warehouse distribution center is really a truck terminal distribution center. There are no permitted uses, regular or special, for a truck terminal distribution center under the I-1 light industrial zoning regulations. There are, however, permitted uses for a truck terminal under the I-2 general industrial zoning regulations under section 11-7C-3 under special uses. And if you take a look at that description and intent under 11-7C-1, it says the I-2 general industrial district is designed to accommodate those industrial activities which may produce moderate nuisances or hazards in areas that are relatively remote from residential and business development. Again, relatively remote from residential, not across the street from. And if we take a look at the permitted uses under 11-7C-2, there is nothing describing the truck terminal. However, if you go under 11-7C-3, under special uses down the line, it does talk about truck terminal. And it also, under special uses, calls out that the following special uses are allowed in this district subject to the requirements of another section, which is 11-14-4 of this title. And if I take a look at 11-14-4 special use permits, which I believe the builder of this would have to present to this committee before it could be accepted. Under letter F, standards for special uses, the applicant must present evidence at the public hearing on the application for a special use permit which demonstrates compliance with each of the following standards. There's 9 of them. There's 6 that are applicable. 1, the proposed use at the specified location is consistent with the comprehensive plan. 2, the proposed building or use will not diminish the value of adjacent and nearby properties. 3, the proposed use at the specified location will not substantially or unduly increase traffic congestion, and on-street parking demand in the intermediate vicinity of the proposed use and in the area affected by traffic generated by the proposed use. 4, the proposed use has been designed to provide for adequate ingress and egress to minimize potential vehicle conflicts and congestion in the public streets. And 5, the proposed building or use will not adversely affect or change the character of the area in which it is located. And then finally, 6, the proposed use at the specified location will not adversely affect the use and development of adjacent and nearby properties in accordance with the regulations of the district in which this is located. But again, I think the thing that you need to look at is if this is a I-2 company. Again, I don't know what, I don't know who decided that this is I-1 and that this is a, they're calling it a warehouse, when it seems that we've got trucks moving around in and out, cross-docking. I mean, you look at all these companies, you can go from California to out east, cross-docking, it's in and out. Most of the stuff, you're lucky if it's on that dock for an hour. It might be 24 hours if the right trucks aren't there. But again, if it is an I-2, given all those things that I just read to you, the most important thing is the description and intent that says that it must be relatively remote from residential and business development. So in summation, even if this is considered an I-1 facility, warehouse distribution center, it must not create appreciable nuisance or hazards to an area that requires a pleasant, hazard, and nuisance-free environment. Others will address this to show that it will create nuisances and will not foster a pleasant, hazard, and nuisance-free environment. However, the actual functionality of this operation does not seem to meet the definition of a zoned I-1 warehouse distribution center. Just because the applicant is calling it a warehouse distribution center doesn't make it so. The functionality of this operation seems to be more closely matched to the definition of a truck terminal distribution center, a cross-docking operation, which meets the description of a special I-2 zoning. The applicant is not applying for an I-2 zoning, and if they did, an I-2 zone business can only be placed in areas that are relatively remote from residential and business development. And I don't think across the street on Kirk Road from a well-established residential area would be considered relatively remote. The residents of Geneva are requesting the Planning and Zoning Commission members to please address this zoning issue on the Geneva Farms North project before making any final decisions about this project. There is a reason why these operations are zoned I-2, and there is a reason why I-2 zoned businesses are to be relatively remote from residential development. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
There's a reason why we're all here right now.
Sir, I'm not going to permit any more outbreaks like that, please. Let's have some decorum in the meeting. Thank you. I believe the next person is Pamela. I'm sorry, I can't read your writing on the last name.
No, most people can't.
It's 760 Chambers, I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. My name is Pamela Decker Nelson, and I live at 760 Chandler Avenue for the past 27-plus years. We're the original owner, and our house is directly between Division Street and Geneva Drive. Personal note, sorry about this, but I love our house, our neighborhood, Geneva community, and my job. My husband will retire in 1 to 2 years, and at that time, our plan is to sell our house. Having this major distribution center set up shop across the street from our lovely Geneva East Phase 4 subdivision will greatly impact the resale price of our house. I'm not going to dispute what they gave as comparisons. I have my own realtor, and I know that that's not correct, what they gave. After my initial anger and disbelief at how this will affect our carefully crafted plans for retirement, my attention focused on all the areas that would impact Geneva as a whole, with this company choosing this site to put their large truck distribution compound directly across the street from us. My primary concern is the health and environmental impact of diesel trucks constant idling across the street from our subdivision. There is no way that this will not cause damage to the environment and health and well-being of the public near this facility. I have been a Geneva bus driver for over 13 years. For my 13-plus years, I have driven a large diesel-fueled bus. I have firsthand experience with the smell and side effects of diesel. I'm not an expert, but according to OEHHA, California Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Assessment, I quote, "The exhaust from these engines contains substance that can pose a risk to human health." They cite risk ranging from headache, asthma, lung damage, and cancer. Geneva 304 does not allow buses to idle at schools while picking or dropping off students. This is not just for Geneva schools, rather it is a stipulation in the State of Illinois Public Act 094-0845. Section 11-1429, excessive idling. These are all quotes. The purpose of this law is to protect public health and the environment by reducing emissions while conserving fuel and maintaining adequate rest and safety of all the drivers of diesel vehicles. As used in this section, affected areas mean counties of Cook, DuPage, Lake, Kane, McHenry, Will, Madison. A person that operates a motor vehicle operating on diesel fuel in an affected area may cause or allow the motor vehicle, when it is not in motion, to idle for not more than a total of 10 minutes within a 60-minute period, except under the following circumstances. There are 16 circumstances. I am not going to read them all. Number 7, however, states, when idling of the motor vehicle is required to operate auxiliary equipment to accomplish the intended use of the vehicle, such as loading, unloading, mixing or processing cargo, controlling cargo temperature. Unfortunately, I believe this will qualify them to have continual idling. There are other exemptions like maintaining certain temperatures, including truck transporting food, which is the case with Lineage Logistics, a food distribution warehouse on Geneva Drive, east of Kirk Road. Lineage Logistics now uses Couts Road to enter and exit. Once Geneva Drive is extended per the proposal, I'm sure that Lineage will exchange Couch Road for Geneva Drive. As for now, Geneva East is buffered from Lineage Logistic noise and diesel fumes due to the distance, and the present Geneva Drive is a dead-end street that backs up to the cornfield. Right now, if you drive down Geneva Drive east of Kirk Road, you're going to find semis parked and idling up and down both sides of that street, waiting to load and unload at the logistics warehouse. This past Sunday, my husband and I drove over to see how many trucks were parked there around 4 p.m. We have checked out this site on several different days and times. Sunday had about 20 trucks parked on both sides of the road, all of them idling. At least 3 were idling while sleeping in their cabs. If logistics is constantly allowed to stage on Geneva Drive while waiting to load or unload, will that mean that Amazon trucks will stage on Kirk Road while waiting to load and unload, all while idling? Back to the sleeping in the truck cabs while idling. According to Section 11-1429, number 10 under the exceptions of circumstances, If the motor vehicle has a sleeping berth when the operator is occupying the vehicle during rest or sleep period, and idling of the vehicle is required to operate air conditioning or heating. Thus, idling while sleeping is allowed. Will this be allowed at the new site as well? So while the intent of this state law is to protect public health and the environment, the exceptions give both of these distribution centers the green light to idle for 24/7. Again, I also heard 510, I read diesel trucks are going to be entering and exiting 24/7 from the new proposed truck distribution center, along with Lineage Logistics diesel trucks also entering and exiting. This does not make for protecting public health and the environment for the Geneva East residents. Diesel smell will be permanently hanging in the air since there will be no time when trucks will not be idling. Because of this singular environmental issue, not to underscore many other issues that others will address, I believe the parcel of land that has been chosen for this particular distribution center should not be approved. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to take people online now, so we'll take a couple of folks that are online that are waiting to speak. If you are online and you wish to speak on this matter, please use the raise hand function on your application, and you will be recognized to speak. Again, if you wish to speak to this matter, or if you're listening online, please use the raised hand function on your application so you can be recognized to speak at the meeting.
Karen Ambler, the commission now calls upon Karen Ambler. Please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Karen Ambler, and I live at 1554 Kirkwood Drive in Geneva. And I have just a couple of concerns that I'd like to bring up. You know, we have a light at Division. They're going to put a light at Geneva. We have the bike path crossing, yellow light. Then we have Averill Drive light, and then we have Route 38. So that means 5 lights before we cross from Division to get onto Kirk Road past 38. What about using Division Street for the traffic to come, for the new light, or extending Division Street to Couts rather than extending Geneva to Couts?
Okay, do you have anything else you wish to speak about?
Well, I wonder if the bike path issue has been safety. Bike path safety hasn't been addressed or at all, or if they're going to put the bike path over Kirk Road, something. Right now, it's very dangerous for bikers to cross the road at Kirk, even though they put a yellow flashing light up.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if that's been addressed or brought up at all.
It has been brought up in the past, and we will bring it up again in this meeting later at the end. So we're recording your questions, and we'll have the applicant respond to them at the end.
Okay, that's fine. And then I have one other question that was all kind of related to lights. The other question is, what will be the content of this warehousing? Does anybody have any idea what's going to be held there?
Okay.
And because I remember, and I'm sure everyone does, not too long ago, there was a huge battery fire in Morris, Illinois, and nobody had kept track of that warehouse for years, and they were storing batteries in there, caught on fire. Everybody in the town had to evacuate. So that's the only other question is, what will be warehoused there, and will that be monitored to see that there's no safety issues or dangerous materials, hazardous materials?
Okay,
Okay?
all right.
That's it for my
All right,
questions.
thank you very much.
Of course.
Anyone else wishing to speak that's online, please use the raise hand function so that you can be recognized to address the commission.
The commission now calls upon Jason Jankic. Jason, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Yeah, hi. My name's Jason Jancic, 1580 Kirkwood Drive. We're kind of new to the area. Just moved in a couple months ago. We're just hearing about this project last weekend, actually. We heard about it. We're actually very concerned about the truck noise and the truck traffic on Kirk Road. So we already hear a lot of the truck traffic on Kirk Road when they stop at Averill. It actually shakes our house a little bit. I'm sure it shakes the rest of the houses that are on Kirk Road. So I'm in the truck industry. I move a lot of products. This is like the line of work I'm in. For them to stand up there and say that this isn't going to affect the surrounding areas, like I don't know where they're getting that from, because I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever been around an 18-wheeler or a semi-truck, but they're very, very loud, even in the idle stage. So I work in a 105,000 square foot warehouse. I work in the office part of it. I'm not even in the warehouse, and I can hear it from inside. When I go outside and I'm on the phone, I can't even hear what's going on the phone because all the trucks at the docks. So I think it's going to have a huge impact. I think the lighting is going to be a problem. I think if they are going to go through with this, I think that all the traffic should be directed to Couts Road so that we don't even hear it. And, you know, that's basically all I have to say on it. I mean, if you guys have any more questions about trucking, like, I can answer any kind of questions you'd like.
We appreciate that. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have another one? Okay.
All right, the commission now calls upon Debbie Borowski. Debbie, please. Oh, sorry. The commission now calls upon Debbie Borowski. Debbie, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony. Debbie, I believe you're self-muted. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Debbie, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony if you can.
All right, we'll move on. We're going to move on to the next person. Debbie, you can try again later.
All right, the commission now calls upon Todd Ellenberger. Todd, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Hello, my name is Todd Ellenberger. I'm at 1854 Chandler over on the St. Charles side. I keep hearing everybody talking about the comprehensive plan in 2003 when it was initially adopted. However, I'm pretty sure that when this was adopted by the council or by the city of Geneva, no one ever envisioned mega houses such as this to be built anywhere, let alone in an area right next to a residential area. The existing businesses that everybody points out, they don't border the residential right now. They're bordering the airport. They're bordering Counts Road. They're nowhere near where anybody lives. Question I have about it, with this proposal supposedly about Kirk Road being expanded to 7 lanes, even as wide as Kirk Road is right now, how exactly will that expansion impact the sound wall that they keep talking about? Will it remain? Will it have to be removed and rebuilt and reconstructed? Because even though they're talking about this is going to be expanded, like they said themselves, it's in the future plans. There's no idea when it can happen. this business can go belly up in a year, 2 years, 10 years, hopefully never, because they say they want to be here 20 years. What happens if they leave? Kirk gets expanded. Who takes care of this sound wall? It's supposedly going to protect all of us. I'd like to, these truck stalls that they're talking about, is that's going to help buffer the sound. If you drive around the areas and you look at the mega warehouses that are already in place, including the Amazon Fulfillment Center over there in the West Chicago Business Park, they're never full. Trucks are coming and going so much that these storage areas, they're never full. You go up at Smithfield, who does a lot of business, they're never full. Trucks are always coming and going. So to say that, yes, these are going to be a buffer, there's 200 stalls there, they're always going to be full, it's never going to happen. If they're always full, then there's business that's not happening because there's nothing leaving the facility. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir.
Take one more.
The commission now calls upon David Ziliak. David, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Hi, this is David Ziliak. I have a question for the Planning and Zoning Commission. There's a lot of promises made by the contractor here saying that it's not going to have a negative impact on the community. What is the community's course of action if these promises aren't kept? Do we have any legal standing to protect ourselves or take action to correct if it does become an issue as far as noise and pollution? That's the only question that I had.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We'll go back to the public here now at this time and begin to take additional ones. I have Carl Latchkey, 538 Lexington Drive.
Yes, thank you. My name's Carl Botchke. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question for the committee here today, and that is, we've heard from the applicant about the infrastructure investment that this business would bring to Geneva Drive, et cetera, traffic light, extending Geneva Drive. We've also heard from the applicant an estimate of revenue for the city in the range of $750,000 to $900,000. That sort of has gone back and forth a little bit, but I'll go with what was testified tonight. My question, and this would go to the city planners, et cetera, as well, has the city done a comprehensive study of what the cost impact of maintaining these roads and servicing this addition to the community would be over time? In other words, that property tax revenue is not net revenue to the city, the schools, et cetera, because there's going to be extra infrastructure costs. There will be extra policing because there's extra traffic. There's going to be extra snow removal, salting, et cetera. And by the way, it's pretty well, it's understood that a semi-truck will have the impact on roads in the neighborhood of about the equivalent of 25 or 2,600 cars and on the infrastructure. So how is that going to be addressed long term? And that's my question. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that? Or? Okay, we'll wait to the end to answer that question, sir, just for the purposes of time. Next person is John Baumgartner, 1594 Wesley Court.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just like 2 weeks ago, I said I was not a public speaker, and I haven't improved, so I am going to probably just read from my notes, so please bear with me.
Okay.
I've gotten a little bit better at researching, let's just say that. So. Again, John Baumgartner, 1594 Wesley Court. I'd like to talk about the appraisal comparison, which they showed today to, at the McAllister Transportation Company, which is next to or near the Preston Field subdivision in West Chicago. The petitioner calls this a very large trucking facility. Here are the facts. It's a moving company. Employee parking is on the east side facing the subdivision. It has 15 docks on the west side of the building with parking slots for 50 trucks, also on the west side of the building, hidden from the subdivision. No trucks are allowed to even come close to the subdivision on the east side. All truck traffic comes and goes to Atlantic Drive, a considerable distance to the west, which the petitioner's photos do not even show. Trucks go west to Atlantic and then north to North Avenue, Route 64. There is no direct access to Route 59 on the east at all for trucks. Mr. Chairman, it is common sense that the home values in that subdivision have remained favorable. You don't need an appraisal study to figure that out at all. You cannot compare this moving facility in West Chicago in that subdivision to this facility, this proposed trucking terminal. It's an apple to orange comparison, different size, different scope, operation, truck traffic volume, etc. I am not opposed to developing that area in that district at all. I would invite McAllister to come here based on the facts given. That would be acceptable. Not this. Another point I'm going to go to about noise. Title V, Health and Sanitation, the Geneva Code. I rambled about this, about code, a couple weeks ago. This will be rather quick, but I want to present this. Under 5.3-2, under noise prohibited, it shall be unlawful for any person to make, continue, or cause to be made or continued any excessive, unnecessary, or unusually loud noise which either annoys, A-N-N-O-Y-S, disturbs, injures, or endangers the comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety of others within the corporate limits of the city. And also in 5.3.3, there are standards that are used to determine any kind of violation to the code I just read. I'm not going to read them all, just read a few here. Some of the standards: the volume of the noise, the intensity of the noise, the proximity of the noise to residential sleeping facilities, the time of day or night the noise occurs. This is not an all-encompassing list. It goes on. Under 5.3.5, under motor vehicle noise, it states, it shall be unlawful to operate a motorized vehicle within the city limits which creates a noise or sound which exceeds the noise level limits set out below. And there's a list of the size of the trucks and the maximum allowable limits. Trucks over 10,000 pounds, this is in the code. The maximum allowable limit is 87 decibels measured at 50 feet. Measured at 50 feet. I have here, which I can give to you, a chart that says a diesel truck gives decibel levels of 90 at a distance of 150 feet. This chart I have right here. This far exceeds the standards in the code. And I didn't make this chart up.
Sir, you want to present the chart to us so that we have it?
I'll bring it in a second. Thank you. This is a sound decibel level chart compiled by Kimley Horn and Associates, the same company they're using for their noise study. And according to Dr. Rick Neitzel from the University of Michigan, Department of Environmental Health Science, an accelerating truck has a decibel level of 114. 114 decibels. Sitting at a light, getting ready to go, 114 decibels. It's taking off. It's going. This in itself should be reason for denying the request. It goes beyond. And the chart is from Kimley Horn and Associates. And I'll give it to you now. But this is the data for
All right.
the other gentleman. I just quoted some of his credentials.
All right, thank you, sir.
Lastly, and this kind of goes on what this gentleman just spoke about, but I have some other thought. You definitely have a tough job to do tonight. There's no doubt. You're all volunteers about this commission. Not being paid, nothing like that. You represent the city of Geneva. You were appointed by the mayor, confirmed by the city council. They also work and represent the city of Geneva. And with all due respect to everybody here, you, the mayor, and the city council do not represent the school district. We have a separate board separate school board that is responsible for our kids and how our taxes are used. This school district is one of the best in the state, a fiscally sound district which we fully support. The petitioner seems to believe money from property taxes should be a great reason to approve. But do not lose sight that the city of Geneva's portion of the property tax bill is $48,000. That's the city's portion. They're only pushing what is going to the school district. It's not worth it for Geneva to provide services to this trucking terminal when we get $48,000. As this gentleman was saying earlier, fire, police, how about snow plowing, salting, taking care of the storm sewers, resurfacing eventually, that kind of thing. $48,000. Mr. Chairman and the commission, again, I appreciate your time. I hope you take these facts and my statements into consideration and deny the petitioner's request. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to take one more person here in the meeting, and then we'll go to the remote folks again. So the next person on the list is Patrick Dickinson.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Dickinson, 619 Chandler Avenue, 20-plus year resident, and I'd like to ask a few questions regarding the updated documents, to include those posted today, if I may. A question that I had asked previously of Mr. True, who was kind enough to meet with me last week. I'm not sure if it was answered, but if I could ask it again. What is the maximum trips into and out of this facility that can be serviced within a 24-hour period? And the reason I ask is the first, I attended the meeting 2 weeks ago, and I realized that the documents presented perhaps in July, August, stated trucking activity in the numbers of 300 a day, 300 and something, and then it went up to 500 hours before the Thursday night meeting 2 weeks ago. That got me thinking, what does it matter what the number we're talking about tonight? Because that can change another 200 There's no law against it, there's no rule against it. So that's why I ask, what is the maximum amount of trucking activity that, if that's a possible, for the client or the Fortune 100 company to answer to that? And I'm not sure if Mr. True was able to answer that in the interim. Hearing about the number of trucks and the discussions regarding diesel and the effects of diesel, will there be any negative health effects on local residents? Has anyone answered that question with any science and data? And I'm just posing this for the list of questions that I would ask you to ask of the team, the applicant's team, versus Mr. Bezos asking the few questions that he was able to write down at the last meeting, because I know we're asking many, many questions. So hopefully someone is recording our questions tonight, and I do appreciate the volume that we're offering to you. Will the northbound trucks that intend to use Kirk Road, would it be possible for them to use Couts Road as a mitigating action? Not a requirement. Is it something that they could offer us in a mitigating fashion? And I know that's been discussed a few times this evening. Is it possible to get a viable real estate value impact appraisal of this project's impact using variables not of the view, but of the size and location for this proposal, so that we may see an apples to apples comparison versus the one submitted recently comparing a moving company that my predecessor just spoke about with less docks instead of a truck distribution center, which would be more of an apples to apples comparison if possible. I request that if possible, this process can be extended so that we may afford you or provide you that answer instead of waiting for the applicant's team to provide you their appraisal or updated documents. Understanding that their applicant has a time-sensitive business decision to make, I just wonder if the trucks that intend to roll in August, would it be so detrimental if they rolled in September, 30 days later, so that we can answer some of these questions tonight? Perhaps not tonight, but in the weeks ahead. Mr. Bezos stated that this is a consistent use of land with the land use that's already exists in this area, to the north and to the south. I use the science of my own observation standing and looking on Kirk Road. And as a result, I believe this claim is not correct. It is inaccurate. There is not any industry of this size or scope or with nighttime trucking activity to the north or the south of this proposed location anywhere situated on Kirk Road, and especially not within 500 feet of a Geneva residential area. In fact, St. Charles has a smaller AJR manufacturing facility directly to the north with an east side sports complex and a nice dog park just behind it to the east so that their citizens may enjoy that area. To the south, I see Gordon Flesh, small, quiet industry on Kirk Road. So please consider their broad brush statements regarding land use while you're deciding on this matter. My own observation using my own eyesight and ears show that industry of this size, scope, and type is situated a half mile to the east of this land use area, not 500 feet from a residential area. The Lineage facility is a good example of a reasonable distance of a facility of this size and type from a residential area. That's the land use that I see. I do support light industry in this land use area, but not this proposal. It's not the right type, and it's simply too close and too damaging to the character and harmony of the adjacent residential area. My objection is not with the facility, but with the trucking volume that comes with it, inevitably, operating inside and outside the facility. So please remember, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. Consider the totality of our concerns and their estimated operations. The choice is between supporting 500 plus trucks or 500 plus Geneva households, and ultimately Geneva itself, as the margin of error regarding the claims of negligible to no impacts presented by the applicant's team is small. Any variance in their science and their data will harm all of us. Please do not chance it. Do not approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to take some people that are online right now. Folks who are wishing to speak that are online watching the meeting, please use the raise hand function on your application so you can be recognized to speak.
The commission now calls upon Valerie Siciliano. Valerie, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Hi, thank you. My name is Valerie Siciliano. I live at 750 Chandler Avenue. And one of the reasons why I chose to live in this community is the love and support that Geneva has for its local business and their owners. It's with them in mind that I asked, what are the true net jobs overall that this facility is going to create for Geneva? In a study completed by the Economic Policy Institute, which I emailed out to the commissioners, the mayor, and the aldermen, it found that typically in established business, healthy communities like Geneva, Amazon-like fulfillment centers do not increase overall employment. The jobs created are likely offset by job losses in other industries within the community. In Joliet, where 2 facilities have opened, the Economic Development Director and Deputy City Manager Steve Jones stated in an interview that a local business told him the city could better support other business by not allowing any more Amazon-like facilities to develop because they were losing employees to them even before Amazon increased its wages. So in our current environment where our local businesses are struggling to hire staff and talent, and you see hiring signs up all across the community, what are we doing to help support those businesses? And are we just pulling from the available talent for those businesses today? Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
The commission now calls upon David Hermes. David, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Yeah, I've been hearing. I'm at 936 Manchester course. Now, I drive a semi for a living. I've been doing it for over 20 years now. Okay, I've seen many changes to trucks. Okay, California is the strictest on idling. Most of the newer trucks are certified California idle. Okay, now as there's also like a generator, which is called a tri-pack, which keeps the truck cool in the summer and warm in the winter. Now, most drivers do not want to idle their truck because it cuts into their fuel prices. So if they're idling their truck, it's because it's hot out or it's cold. Okay, so there has been many changes in the industry on idling. Okay, so I wish people would understand. And then the one gentleman was talking about the decibel. Well, it sounds like they don't want trucks here in Geneva at all. That's kind of scary because there is the lineage facility over there. Now, I've delivered over there many a times. I actually asked the shipping clerk over there how many trucks they get in and out of there a day. They got over 500 per day. And they got 91 doors over there. And their trailer parking, they don't even have as much as they got for this facility. But now they get crowded over there. And they got trailers everywhere. And a lot of them are sitting there idling, but I don't hear anybody complaining about a diesel reefer unit idling all night long at -10 during the summer. And then, during the winter, it's not that bad because it's cold out. So, it just kind of bothers me because I've been driving a truck for over 20 years. And like I said, I've seen changes on the idling and everything else. Like there's facilities that tell you no idling at their facility. And then with everybody saying residential, I've delivered to Kraft. Now, Kraft is a big facility. That is down in Champaign, Illinois. You know what's right across the street? Houses. But you have, and what those houses are looking at are docks from the Kraft facility. So, you know, it's not just our community that's trying. Honestly, I believe the community should take this and accept it because, you know, everything comes by a truck, one way or another, you know. And I also want to add, I've seen many changes around this area because I grew up in St. Charles over on Pleasant Avenue, which is right by Division. I remember the cornfield where Geneva East is, you know, today. You know, I remember the old farmhouse or the barn that Moore had. Heck, I knew a kid that got hit and killed on Geneva Drive before there were sidewalks and street lights. So, you know, we have changed over the years. Why can't we accept change now? It's not the end of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No one? Okay, we don't have anybody online, so we'll go back to City Hall folks. Sandra Smith.
Hello, my name is Sandra Smith. I live at 1558 Kirkwood Drive here in Geneva. And I guess I would want to make a few comments about the study, the Kirkwood study that says the home values have not been changed or impacted in there. If they were using any of this year's sales, obviously this is a very different time for homes being sold, and that they're getting much more money than they were even asking for. But I've been there for 31 years, and there's always been a difference between Kirk Road and the other homes in the area, simply because those people lived on Kirk Road, and it was such a nuisance for them. There were all kinds of amenities or changes made for them, but it does impact the value of their homes. And if you're saying, like the rest of us, have pretty much been unimpacted by any of that. So I'm not sure we want to use that study as something that's not going to show any other homes in other areas, and I can't speak for that. But, and I'm just very grateful that from the people that are in here tonight that brought to our attention that this was happening, because never heard about it for forever, and this has apparently been going on for a while. But a lot of people here in the area never heard about this proposal, didn't know anything about it. So I'm grateful that they at least reached out to the rest of us. That's all I want. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think it's Hendrick Reich, 674 Green Meadow Lane.
Yes. So yes, my name's Hendrick Reich, 674 Green Meadow Lane. Ooh, this is moving. I'm actually not sure how to start this off because on the one hand, I am really excited to be here and to be speaking to you. Like, I really like the opportunity. On the other hand, I'm a little upset about the occasion that this is happening. I've never been involved in local politics, and quite frankly, I felt like this was the time to stand up. Just to give you a little bit of background why I'm actually here today. You've already heard a lot of points. I've actually prepared many by myself. I sent all of you an email at 9:30 today, which is all written out, so I'm not going to go through all of these points again. I'm just going to stress what I find most important. You can narrow it down basically into 3 bullets. 1, I'm not sure this project is right for Geneva. Now, the applicant has quoted our comprehensive plan. I would like to quote from it as well. This is on page 17 on the PDF. You can find it in the industrial development east of Kirk Road. This paragraph actually ends, and I quote, "Future development east of Kirk Road should extend the technology-oriented office research use pattern of the new park where feasible. It should be emphasized that while land use designation for this area is industrial, office research and business parks are an appropriate use and should be encouraged to the fullest extent possible." I am not sure how this project aligns at all with the land use in that area. I did not whitewash any words here. Those are the words that are actually in the plan. Secondly, we have talked about available information, and actually we should call it the lack thereof. We've talked about the property valuations. It was already brought up that pricing should be taken into consideration due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So I can move on from here. Noise and air pollution. I find it concerning that Geneva has a green initiative on its website. On the other hand, we're considering a project like this, and there is no environmental impact study at all. There's been no emission study whatsoever. Please keep in mind it's an open field right now. If you have the wind going the right direction, anything that's happening in that facility is going to be blowing to the residential area. And again, according to your comprehensive plan, same section that I just quoted, I'm not going to quote again because it's rather lengthy. The way this plan reads is that anything happening close to the residential area should always face away from it. Meaning distribution facilities whatsoever should be rearwards to the residential area. That way it's not impacted, and we've seen the mapping plot. There was actually a little red graph and a little colored areas on there. That is across from the residential areas. And I would also like to point out this plan was written in 2003. While it does mention distribution, let's go back in time. Who knew modern e-commerce scale distribution centers in 2003? I'm just going to take a guess here since we don't know who the applicant is. If it would happen to be Amazon, who's in the top Fortune 100, Amazon did actually not make the Fortune 500 list until 2002. So we didn't have operations like that back then. And I would also like to point out, because the question was, what is a distribution facility? You can, I was going to say you can Google it. I'm going to say you can research it. A distribution facility, actually the big difference to an industrial area is that a distribution facility does not produce anything. A distribution facility will change the mode of transportation. So the only product, if we can call it a product, is a change of mode of transportation. The question was asked, what's going to happen if we deny this? Why don't they just go to DuPage or to St. Charles? Well, the big thing is because of the DuPage airport of that vicinity. If you think about it from an operational point of view, you have an airport close by. We all like our online items that we order, next day delivery. A change of mode of transportation close to an airport makes perfect sense. And I don't think anyone has taken air traffic into consideration. I don't think the applicant has been asked, we're always talking about trucks, what's going to come in via air? I think that's an important point to look at. Another thing that I would like to open up here is, if you approve this project, you will open the door for more. I have heard there are rumors, it's not official on the website or anything, apparently the same attorney has reached out to you for more projects. That is actually one of the questions that I will pose. What are the long-term intentions? What are you aware of? What are we going to do if we approve one project? How are you going to disapprove another project? The infrastructure is going to be in place. They're gladly paying for it, which would actually make me suspicious, because usually people don't give things away for free, and that's also your answer why they're not going to go to St. Charles. The only vicinity close to the airport in St. Charles will be Pheasant Run. You'll probably have to flatten it, which will be an additional cost. let's stay with this theory that the airport is actually the driving force here. I have researched, since I don't know who the applicant is, I can only guess. Amazon has been on an investment spree across Illinois, and actually in the southern suburbs around Markham, the other one you have in the bullets, I'm not going to read them off now. They have a larger footprint there, and usually it starts with one warehouse. This will be the smallest footprint across Illinois, so it's likely that that would increase, and actually the southern suburbs do not have an airport. And who of you knew that the DuPage Airport actually has the second longest runway after O'Hare in the Chicagoland area? That's something to bring up, and that is definitely something that needs to be considered. Now, we have talked about many other things. I am actually thankful that some of my questions have been answered, such as the cost impact that's already been brought up. I would also like to see that a full cost impact analysis, what's required. It sounds like they want to pay for everything. Again, never seen that in my whole life. Maybe it is a new thing. It's been brought up that this will be a viable contribution to our community. At the same time, it was said they're going to contribute tax revenue, again, revenue, not profit, to our school district without adding no kids. So that tells me that they actually don't even think on their own that the workers are going to be from Geneva. What is the true economic impact for Geneva? We've seen we're going to get about 40 jobs that would actually afford a living in Geneva. That is something else that you can take from the bullets that I sent you. They're on record if you want to review them. If you compare the cost of living to any of the other cities where these type of distribution facilities have been built up, I just looked at the cost of a home purchase. They're usually 40 to 70% below the cost that it is in Geneva. Okay, last but not least, I would also like to point out, you've heard a lot of things about the economy. I would also like to point out that, and this concerns me because I am a numbers guy, I like to look at numbers. Actually, the tax revenue, there's been an interview where a paid consultant of the applicant has stated that the expected tax revenue is $660,000. In the presentation, we've seen $750,000 to $950,000. That's a variance of about 46%. Why is that? That's a pretty high margin of error. How would anyone even make a viable cost impact analysis to figure out what's in it for Geneva? Taking the truck count into consideration, we'll probably need additional police to make sure people keep up the speed limit. If you're going to congest Kirk Road, you probably have commuter traffic going onto the smaller side streets. Yes, there's signs that trucks are not going to go on those streets. However, commuters will, because we know it, we're all impatient. We want to get home or we want to get to work. So we'll probably need police to make sure speed limits are kept up. You have a lot of kids in the area. They like to go to the playground. My daughter herself likes to do that. We're going to need more police. How much is a police officer in Geneva? You guys probably know that better than me. My rookie research, I'm going to call it, I'm estimating probably around $90,000 in salary. That doesn't include benefits. That doesn't include a squad car. This is a 24/7 facility, so we're going to need to be able to put them on shifts. So we'll need at least two. So we have $180,000 gone right there. And again, this is just scraping the surface. What I would really like to see is a full cost impact analysis to understand what's in it for Geneva. Last but not least, I titled this Residents' Participation and Governance. You can see the turnout today. People are passionate about this project, and I want to point out on social media and even here, we have not really heard anyone bringing up good arguments for this project. And I looked at it myself. I couldn't find any because typically these distribution facilities are either built far away from communities or they're targeted for communities where there's little to no economic development to begin with. And this is a viable point. The only thing that I heard, even on social media, is people, I'm just going to say it, that like to disagree. You don't like trucks. We do like trucks. We need to rely on them. We understand we need them. Okay? But I have not heard a single person supporting this. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration as well. Secondly, I'm calling for due diligence. You've heard a lot of questions from people today. We are not ready to make a decision. Or actually, I take that back. I'm going to say I would be ready to oppose this project. But if you're not ready to oppose it, you need to understand the full impact. I understand the east side of Geneva can't ask you to do whatever it wants. However, what everyone in Geneva can ask you to do is that you do your due diligence. And the only thing holding you up from this, to my understanding, is the deadline from the applicant. That's an artificial hurdle that is not our problem. And it is no justification to cut corners when it comes to determining what our community will look like for the next couple decades. That's all I have. If you have any questions, I am available via email. You received it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah. Again, if we've heard these comments before, we don't need to hear them again. Being repetitive is not going to. We've get the testimony, so please. If there's other topics that have not been brought up before, please bring them up. I'm going to use one more person here and then we'll go back to remote. It's Mark Sartell, I believe it is, 548 Lexington Drive.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity for all of us to be here tonight. When I spoke 2 weeks ago, again, Mark Sartell at 548 Lexington Drive, I indicated that this had not been communicated well, and if it had, this room would be full. And I can see tonight that the word has gotten out, and you can see for yourselves, the room is full and we are concerned. I wanted to talk just for a minute and quote some anecdotal comments from various community action groups across the country who have been confronted by Amazon-like facilities in the past. As I mentioned last time, my wife and I have lived in Geneva East for 32 years. We raised 4 sons there. We moved into phase 1 of that subdivision in 1989. 4 years later, we had an opportunity to move up to a larger home, and we chose not to go to the west side of Geneva. We moved 2 blocks to the north to Lexington Drive, where we've lived for the last 28 years. We chose to remain in Geneva East rather than move west because we love our neighborhood. We have comfortable homes, great neighbors. We care about each other and each other's children. We support one another and protect one another. That's why we are raising questions about this proposed development and how it will directly impact our community. I would also like to take just a minute to address the environmental impact of such a distribution center. First and foremost, I'd like to point out, as others have, there's been no environmental impact study submitted by the petitioners. Perhaps they're not required to do so, I don't know. But my question to the Planning Commission is this: how can the proposed development of this piece of land as part of the city's comprehensive plan for the east side of Geneva be given serious consideration by the Commission without a comprehensive, and I might suggest an independent, environmental impact study? By now, it's no longer a secret that this development is most likely Amazon, and that the 4 or fewer additional facilities proposed for construction to the east of the facility will be related to the first. If this is indeed true, the complete development of that parcel of land from Kirk to Couts will have an even greater environmental and traffic impact on the east side. From my personal research of the growth of distribution centers across the U.S., of which Amazon is a huge contributor, I'd like to point out some key observations that environmental watchdog groups and similar community action groups as ours have made about the environmental impact of these facilities and what have had on local communities. Several key points from an article authored by Save Hudson, a community action group created to protect the city of Hudson, New Hampshire, when 3 Amazon distribution centers were proposed for their community, state the following. Number 1, local government decisions have facilitated rapid and at times irresponsible warehouse development. Acres and acres of formerly agricultural land located next to residential areas have been rezoned to permit heavy industrial uses. Number 2, once warehouses are allowed, city and county officials approve new warehouse developments very close to the existing residences, schools, and other sensitive receptors, even though additional scientific research shows that health risks from particulates increases significantly when pollution sources are close to where people live. 3, and I think this particularly hits home here, jurisdictions eager to attract new development have even fast-tracked warehouse projects, approving warehouses within 90 days of submitted plans without adequate time for nearby residents to comment on a proposed project. Officials have also regularly granted quote-unquote negative declarations to proposed warehouse developments, meaning that warehouses do not have to undergo environmental impact assessments despite the evidence of health harms associated with warehouses and trucks. 3, the need to create buffer zones. For example, the California Air Resources Board recommends buffer zones between logistics facilities and sensitive receptors, homes, schools. Community organizations have often called for 1,500-foot barriers, buffer zones. In addition, these rules should apply in both directions. No location of new industrial facilities near sensitive receptors, as well as no new sensitive receptors near industrial facilities. Number 5, inform and empower the public to improve community oversight. Require new warehouse developments to complete environmental impact assessments. If significant impacts are found, operations should not be permitted unless these impacts are mitigated. And then they conclude in this article, corporations build and operate warehouses according to their own logistical needs and profit motives. Clusters of warehouses develop where land is located close to transportation infrastructure, and locally, as Hendrik alluded to, air, rail, and interstate highways, and is relatively inexpensive. But people also live near many warehouses, and warehouses bring pollution and noise, shape traffic patterns, and influence future economics and community development options. Decision makers need to update land use rules and conditional use permits to ensure that warehouses are better neighbors and, when appropriate, block new warehouses that would unfairly burden communities already facing polluted air. Another article states, we focused on facilities located within 1,000 feet of homes since past research indicated that noise and other adverse effects were unlikely beyond 1,000 feet. Of the 63 existing facilities, and these are looking at 67 facilities west of the Mississippi, 78% were more than 1,000 feet from homes. Of the remaining 11 facilities, there was an intervening highway, railroad tracks, or industrial area that would have buffered homes from impacts due to all but 2 of the facilities. And then they go on to cite residents who have complained about truck engine idling, shouting, loud music, and backup beepers. And I won't go on any further in this article about the noise, but would like to talk about diesel exhaust and health. There's a huge and growing body of research documenting the adverse effects of diesel engine exhaust on respiratory health. In 2005, California Air Resource Board Air Quality and Land Use Handbook, it was recommended that homes, schools, and other sensitive land use be located at least 1,000 feet from any facility that would generate either 100 diesel truck trips per day, and we're looking at potentially 5 to 10 times that for this facility and the other facilities coming, more than 40 truck trips per day with diesel refrigeration units, or where diesel truck refrigeration units would operate for more than 300 hours. And then lastly, I just want to go to a final statement that a third article talks about air pollution. With a heavy trucking involved in distribution center operations, it's no surprise that air pollution is one of the top impacts on the surrounding environment. The exhaust from burning diesel contains fine particulate matter. These fine particles significantly decrease air quality and contribute to ozone, acid rain, and climate change. Such high levels of emissions also decrease visibility, creating dangerous driving conditions for both employees and residents. For residents, this air pollution can cause an increase in the risk of lifelong health problems in children, lung damage, and causing breathing difficulty for those with pre-existing respiratory diseases. For each year across the U.S., particulate matter causes 15,000 deaths, diesel exhaust being the main contributor. I would implore the Commission to request a comprehensive environmental impact study to be completed before moving with a final decision on this project. I thank you for your time and would appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, we want to take some people online now.
Go ahead and have them raise their hand.
Yes, please, if you're online and you wish to speak, please use the raise hand function on your application so you can be recognized. Anyone online who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. We don't have anyone. Huh? Okay. So we have an opportunity. So let's try, go back to here in City Hall. So I have Kevin Moscato. I'm sorry, I'm sure I mispronounced it.
Close enough.
550, 558 Lincoln Drive.
How you doing? Kevin Machano, 558 Lexington Drive. Before I go on to what I prepared, hearing some of the testimony this morning or this evening from the applicants, I thought one of the interesting points that he brought up was this facility is similar to a truck terminal, except that it's holding product inside of it. When you look at what the effect that difference is going to make to Geneva, I don't think holding product inside really is going to differentiate the impact of all those trucks and that activity within that facility. And if you look at that, it's similar to a truck terminal, except it holds product. So if you took that product out, it'd be a truck terminal. And to Geneva, holding that product inside really doesn't make a difference, in my opinion. One of the other things that the gentleman mentioned earlier was increasing truck numbers. He unfortunately misrepresented the number. From this facility alone, it was 211 more trucks per day onto Kirk Road. He represented a smaller number, so just wanted to correct that. When I was looking up sleep studies, and I think the important part was, there's two types of things. There's constant noise or continuous noise or intermediate noise. And intermediate noise is a noise level that increases and decreases rapidly. Intermediate and impulsive noise is responsible for sleep disturbances. Noise experts agree that intermediate and impulsive noise is far more disrupting than continuous noise. The other thing I want to point out, I saw the noise study that was performed, and again, our law or our rules here for Geneva, between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., supposed to be 65 decibels. They came back with 77.3. During the evening from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., it's supposed to be 60, and then our current noise, according to their one-day study, was 72.3. I think the point that I'm bringing up is we're even considering bringing in a facility that says they're going to increase that. Even while it's 1 to 3 decibels, they're increasing that. It's currently over what the rules that Geneva has put in place. I think that's important to bring up. So I would challenge them and claim, that this facility is only bringing 1 to 3 decibels. And that's a differentiating point I want to bring up. They're only talking about the facility itself. by opening up the intersection and putting a stoplight at Geneva Drive and Kirk, they haven't taken that noise into consideration. That's pushing traffic onto Kirk and onto in front there, and we'll be stopping. We saw a little bit slightly higher numbers over at Division over the evenings, but when you put a light there and there's traffic that's coming because the facility works 24/7, the thing that they keep misrepresenting is they're not putting just 211 trucks on, during the day or then that evening. They forgot to put in what Lineage is going to be putting through there, what the facility that Hillbrook is going to be putting through there per day. Now, one of the gentlemen earlier on the phone, I believe, mentioned that Lineage does about 500 trucks a day. Lineage hauls refrigerated equipment. And if you look, a refrigerated equipment, when it's running on high, puts out 80 to 83 decibels. When it's on low, it's putting out 76 to 80 decibels. The average diesel truck registers 85 to 100 decibels. So now just imagine all those trucks sitting on Kirk Road within, 50 yards from the house in Geneva East. It's not 500. It's on Kirk Road. So as you look at this, let me get some other numbers for you. That a truck, and someone also mentioned it, that a truck accelerating from a stop can run between 90 and 114 decibels. That's a truck from stop, waiting for the light to turn so they could turn into the Geneva Drive east of Kirk. That's 90 to 114 decibels. So that's running 24/7, including the night. So that increases the amount that's going to be coming through. Again, not just the cars that this facility is putting through, and that's what these traffic studies are quoting only. The other facility at Hillwood, the traffic study is estimated 640 heavy trucks a day and 1,210 passenger cars per day. They're expecting at a Hillwood, their initial study is 100% of those trucks go south. And right now, when they're looking at the impact study that was performed, the estimate that was put through was that only 30% or 35% of those trucks heading south would go on to Kirk. That doesn't make sense. And there's no basis for that number of 30%. If everyone's talking about the direct line that Kirk provides down to 88, and 100% of the Hillwood study done in July of 2021 says 100% of those trucks go south. Why wouldn't they use Kirk? Now maybe I can get it 60%, 70% goes down Kirk, and 30% want to go a different way, but I want to raise that because that doesn't include it. And that they quoted 60% of Lineage trucks would go into Kirk. So out of 500 trucks a day, that means 300 trucks from Lineage alone would be going on to Kirk, plus the 200 trucks incremental that they're saying this facility, which is Amazon, is going to be putting on there. Plus, now it's been an increase, looking at the newest numbers from the end user trip data, of 864 passenger cars, 194 semis, and they've decreased the amount of box trucks. And I thought it was interesting that between the initial study that was provided by the end user, that the numbers have changed. Passenger vehicles have increased 31%. Previously it was 600 per day, now it's 864. Heavy trucks increased 9% per day, from 194 was previously 177. And box trucks, and the newest one is 59 per day, when the previous one was 137. That's a decrease of 60 trucks. And that's a decrease in less than a month, all coming from the end user. So someone else brought up previously, and I'm going to bring it up again, the numbers are changing. What is that number going to be? And I want to bring up another point. So in noise study from Kimberly Horn, they mentioned that the sortation facility is what they captured it as, for the noise study. And I happened to look at all the documents that were included in this And in the revised preliminary engineering plans on page 34 and 35 are Amazon's building design template for OXD. Since they won't tell us who the applicant is, and they're including Amazon documents in the revised preliminary engineering plans, I'm assuming it's Amazon. And with that said, go back and look at what Amazon has done. Other people have brought it up. On the website for Amazon, for sortation jobs, they highlight a gentleman, Royce, who's a site leader in Tampa. In his overview, it stated he joined the sort center in 2014. His building has grown dramatically since the launch of adding an auto sorter, more than doubling the volume sorted each day. Someone else brought it up here before. What is our ability as Geneva to control what happens at the facility once you approve it? So if they're saying right now, this number of trucks, and numbers keep changing, but passengers' cars are coming and things like that, what happens if they double it? What's going to happen? There's also 20 knockout doors, dock doors, that are on the north side of that building plan. 20. So there's future building that they're expanding, they're planning to do. And I want to know, there's not an overall holistic traffic study that's been performed to include the new Amazon facility, the Hillwood facility, and Lineage. If you look at all these trucks that are coming in, Lineage runs. These trucks come in overnight, 24/7. They're coming in, and I know someone said before we talked to them about building a drop lot or a parking lot for their drivers there. I'm in the supply chain industry, and what they'll do is they'll tell their drivers, don't come in early. There's no parking for you. People still come in. They're going to have to find a place to park. They're going to find an empty building, an empty lot, an empty road, and they're going to park and they're going to hide and they're going to take their rest. And if you look at the new hours of service requirements, they're done electronically, ELDs, that when they hit their time, they got to shut down. They got to shut down. So what happens if these drivers that come in to this Amazon facility have to shut down? Where are they going to go? Is there going to be enough parking on site? Or they have to find a street? Are they going to go up to the Target parking lot? What are they going to do with this kind of stuff? So I have some concerns. It is Amazon because they're not going to say that they can't because of NDAs. But if they included Amazon information within this preliminary design study, you have to assume it's Amazon. If it's not Amazon, then it's misleading, and I really question that. The knockouts, I want to know if we can get a holistic traffic study that includes everyone. What's included? How many reefer trailers are on there? How many trucks from every location is coming through there? Coming through the days, nights, and things like that. We're talking about one specific, and that's what they're focusing on. And everyone's talking about the building, adding 1 to 3 decibels, but they're not talking about the trucks that are going to be sitting out there. We've seen in the traffic studies, there's going to be delays. And people are going to sit there the longest heading south, and they're going to back up outside of someone's window on the residents there in Geneva East. And if you're looking at these, with the decibels that are coming from a truck starting up, the refrigerated unit, the diesel that's coming out of there for the pollution, and also the idling, it's a lot more than what it's going to be where it's reporting right now at 70-some decibels. So it's a concern. So I really like you to take that time, ask for a holistic study, and give us time to review it and look into it. We found all this out in the past week or so, and I think we need time to be able to understand what's going in here. And if this is an Amazon facility, because that's what they're presenting in the documents, then we really need to be aware of that. The other thing I want to talk about is, it was mentioned in the last meeting, but the vehicles that go down Geneva Drive, west of Kirk. They've never done a true study on it. They've reverted back to the pre-COVID IDOT study and what was utilized. There's no current data that's captured to perform the basic analysis. Besides the 2 parks that are there, which are geared to young kids, there's a sprinkler park. But the thing that people aren't taking into consideration is there's also school kids in that area. And with the proximity that we are to Harrison Street School, there's no busing offered for, I believe, all students west of Chandler, unless you want to pay a premium. So kids walk, they ride their bikes, or they get driven by their parents. And kids, being kids, some of them go on the sidewalk, some will follow the rules of the road, other ones are on the street. And if you look at the times that the kids are walking and riding their bikes or the parents are driving them, they all coincide with shift changes. And they talked previously of 10 trucks per hour, or 10 cars per hour going through west of Kirk on Geneva Drive. With these new numbers that are coming out and increasing by over, 200 and some vehicles per day out of this new facility, this new Amazon facility, I don't know if it takes into account the 1,210 cars that are over at this new facility in Hillwood, and how many cars are also at Lineage. And when you're putting kids that are running between 7:30 and about 8 o'clock in the morning or later and getting home in the afternoon, they're also practicing in the afternoon down at the park with lacrosse, with soccer, and other things going on. And people that cut through to make it right now cutting through are not really thinking there's kids that are running around. I got to watch it, there are kids there, and they're not paying attention to speed limits. I have kids that are there and have done this. They've walked, they've ridden their bikes. And when there's cars on both sides of the road parked, because you can do that, it pushes the kids into the middle of the street. And if someone's coming through there to cut through that don't live there and aren't thinking that way, you're just increasing the probability of having an accident with a kid or someone else with those people that are cutting through. And now that you have Couts Road going all the way through, if it goes, it's going to increase the number of cars going to cut through from there. So I don't believe that the traffic study that was done is whole encompassing, and really the percentages that were used for, the new Hillwood is correct. The numbers are changing constantly, and it puts concern. Reading the message from Joyce, and they're very excited about this, at the sortation website on Amazon, that they doubled the amount that they go through there. So if there's 500 or whatever trucks today, what's going to be in another 3 or 5 years as Amazon continues to upgrade their technology? And they do, and it's great, but just not in our community. And then finally, I really think that we need to talk about the current decibel noises that we have and adding these additional trucks onto Kirk, because it's due to them and this applicant that's forcing an intersection to be built and a light to be put into place. That's why the trucks are there. So we just can't talk about the new Amazon facility. You have to look at everyone down that street and anyone else that might be cutting through there, because it's due to this applicant that this light in an intersection being put into place. And the noise that's generated by those tractors, refrigerator equipment, on that time with the delays that they're showing. And again, I don't know if that delays are all encompassing. I know there's a 20 and a 10 and a 20-year horizon, but when I try to add them up, it doesn't make sense. So I appreciate you guys listening. I really feel that we need to delay or deny this applicant. And if we're not going to deny it, then please give us the time so we can continue doing research and understanding what this is. But again, they've included Amazon documents in this proposal. So I have to assume it's Amazon. They can't say it. They can't deny it. And based on the sortation that was put in there by the noise study, it makes sense. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sir. Mary Tripp, please. That's an easy name to see and read. I like that name.
She doesn't.
Oh, and she doesn't want to. Okay, well, dang. Okay. Okay, all right. Rebecca Mistoffer. Thank you. Yes, please focus on application. And again, if we've heard about the traffic, we've heard about the environment. I don't think property values. We've heard it.
Yep, heard it. I understand. Thank you, Becky Mitzdorfer. I live at 668 Nicole Lane. My family has lived there for, I think, just about 25 years in October. We raised our family here. We are happy here. We never thought we'd stay in our first house for as long as we have. But as other people have said, we stayed because we love our neighbors. And we love the neighborhood aspect of living in, and community aspect of where we live. First of all, I wanted to say that I can't believe how impressed I am at the commitment of the people behind me and how quickly they got together so much information, how articulate, intelligent, and passionate they are about our community, which I think is actually kudos to all of us. I don't have a lot of new things to say. I will touch on a couple points, and I know that you said that repeating doesn't help, but I think it does help because it shows that it's not just Becky Mitstarfer that cares about this one thing. I presume I've sent you a couple emails throughout the week. I tried to be short and sweet. I presume that you read all of those, including all the 400 pages that the applicant has presented, because we are a community and we are Geneva. The first thing I wanted to question, and again, because some of this information doesn't get posted until the last minute, I didn't fully understand the traffic study either. When we talk about 500 trips a day, but the information, the newest traffic study information, only shows the site-generated increase, which is provided by the tenant-provided data, that doesn't even equal 500 trips. So I'm sure maybe I'm just not doing my math right, which is very possible, but those numbers just don't make sense. The fact that the numbers are changing, I know that that can happen, but it is a little bit suspicious. I did want to go back, David, who spoke at the very beginning, talking about the zoning. And I know that's not on today's agenda, but
No, zoning's definitely on the today's
okay,
agenda.
well, he and I, well, you
Definitely on
said,
the agenda.
you said that new topics, what they were presenting.
Well, I mean, if you
He and I did not know each other at all before about a week ago when we met at the park for the first time. He and I did the almost exact same thing. I like to have facts. I like to go back to what our rules are and follow those very carefully. So I did the exact same thing. It wasn't totally easy. I've spent more time on the City of Geneva website in the last 2 weeks than I previously ever had. And I found those same zoning codes. And I just want to say this again. The light industrial, or I-1, is designed to provide an environment suitable for industrial warehousing, which they claim to be, office, business service, and compatible commercial uses that do not create appreciable nuisance or hazards. That is I-1. I think we've heard about noise, we've heard about pollution, we've heard about all these things, and yet, what is appreciable? Well, I think that I can appreciate all these people find them to be appreciable. My interpretation, because I said, okay, well, if it's not an I-1, then well, what is it? And I tried to read different cities' codes, and everybody's got sort of their own language. But again, within our own City of Geneva municipal codes, the I-2 special use, the I-2 general industrial, is designed to accommodate those industries which may produce moderate nuisances or hazards in areas that are relatively remote, which we've said before, from residential and business development. And a truck terminal or cartage express facility is permitted under an I-2 under a special use. So that's like a whole different application, I assume. And I just don't know how we could defend or believe that this should be considered a zoning of I-1. The last meeting, which I attended remotely, there was all this discussion about our comprehensive plan, and Jason, who lives in our neighborhood, commented about the comprehensive plan that was approved in 2003, and I went and I looked at the pretty map, and I, like many others, read many pages of that. There is nowhere in the comprehensive plan that is for an I-2 type of facility. So I don't even know why we can't just stop there. But because we're that passionate and that intelligent and that articulate, we have gone further. We can all do our own research and find studies that will probably prove almost anything and everything. But I think it's pretty clear that we, although we are sort of organized, we're not all sitting in the same room all night doing this research. We are independently doing our own research, and many of the same topics have come up. Loud noises are not good. That's why we have those rules about the 65 decibels during the day and 60 at night. If we're already at 77 at Kirk, and there are all kinds of studies that show that noise is bad for children in particular, for people with, pre-existing conditions, whether that be that they're a premature baby. There's all kinds of studies out there that show that additional pollution, air pollution, is not good for asthma, it's not good for hypertension. Having interrupted sleep, they say that that's one of the biggest causes of accidents is because people are exhausted. And so I know that these things have been said before. I think they deserve repeating. I hope that you carefully consider all of the work that we have put in. I know that you're volunteers, and gosh, thank you so much, because I could not do this. I'd be crazy. I was trying to read the 400 pages before I got here and was just completely overwhelmed. So I guess that's really all I have to say. I too believe that this is an inappropriate use. I do like trucks. I really like Amazon. I mean, along our street, we practically, know each other by name. I do like trucks, and I like Amazon, and I know they have to go somewhere. But I don't believe that they belong immediately adjacent to a residential neighborhood that has so many children. That's all.
All right, thank you. I'll take some people online now. If you're online and you wish to speak on this matter, please use the raise hand function so you can be recognized to speak. Again, if you're online and you wish to speak on this matter, please raise your hand and we will recognize you.
Nobody.
You're silent online. Okay, so we'll head back to City Hall. Just wanted to check in. I think it's John Donner. Sorry, can't read the last name. 733 Lexington Drive.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Apologies for my poor penmanship there.
That's all right.
My name is John Dashner. I live at 733 Lexington Drive. Thank you so very much. You guys have an awesome responsibility in listening to all these statistics and all of these decibels and all these laws and regulations. Quite a difficult task. In my opinion, in reading all of this, it really does collapse down to a definition of what is really going on in that facility. And without clear and concise information, I think it's difficult to make a decision on moving forward on such a important piece of land. I think David and Becky have made a point about the I-1, I-2. I can't add anything more to that other than the applicant really does need to clarify what is going on in that facility and how it will relate to us in our community. And I don't think they've done a fair and justifiable job. I think it's incumbent on them to do that. I think you have faced a very difficult task here, trying to develop a piece of property while at the same time balancing things, noise, environment, all of those things. I know you'll make the right decision in the long run, and I appreciate your time and your service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mike Craig.
Mike Craig, 568 Lexington. My parents told me always go first, and I just figured out why. I love the air here. I love Geneva. I've been a resident for just over 30 years. There's so much passion here, and I do not want to keep telling you the same thing over and over, but I just want to make it kind of clear that, you know, we have so many questions that we've asked that we do need answers for. So let's please not rush to judgment. Let's please not rush. I know that there's a deadline. There's a deadline not imposed by this committee, not imposed by these people that came here today, but imposed by this group that is asking for this project to be built. So let's not be rushing to judgment and rushing to stamp anything. We've already talked about so many things: the traffic, the zoning, the noise, the contents of the non-disclosure, maximum capacity, the environment. Maybe we should talk to the fire department just to make sure that they would even be able to support more, because I think they're landlocked, but please put that on the list. Streets and sand, I think, was already brought up. I would just ask you for your expertise and your guidance, because I do think that while there are many questions asked 2 weeks ago, there have been many more questions asked tonight. I would also state, if we could ask the Planning Commission, if you've done your research, I know you're all volunteers. I know a couple of you personally. If you please ask these same questions that we are asking of the Planning Commission to ask of the petitioner. And please ask those questions to the petitioner, that you can bring those back to us so that we get a real view of what this is all about. But thank you.
Thank you. James Rose.
Hi, I'm James Rose, 661 Green Meadow Lane. I've lived here for 8 years, and I've seen the cornfields, and I knew it was going to be light industrial eventually. We got to see more buildings built, and to me that seems normal. It is a natural divider on Kirk, but I think what we're learning is that one of these buildings is not like the other, and I'm glad we're looking into it. Much of what I was going to present was presented very well already, so this will save us some time. I want to go to one fact that maybe has been not quite looked at enough, and that is the rest of the story of the unintended consequences of this intersection. We've talked a lot about so many trucks, not just the one building, but the next 4 in Hillwood and across the way, but there's also vehicles that are not trucks. There's a lot of employees who work in all these warehouses. And I went to the website and I looked at the documents to see what did it say about capacity for vehicles. And what it shows is that Geneva Farms North, just total vehicles capacity in their spot, nearly 800. Hillwood Weber Farm Project, which is on the Geneva website, at a hearing to be scheduled in the near future. That's what it says. They have nearly 1,500 parking spaces as well. So just in these 5 buildings, we're looking at nearly 2,300 vehicle capacity, of which a very high percentage will be looking at the Kirk-Geneva intersection. And I just think, sort of be careful what you wish for. What are the unintended consequences of 2,300 potential vehicles, of which many of those are not trucks, and they will use Geneva Drive westbound. That's where I live, on the east side. Yeah, there's a couple parks and things like that, but that's a winding road. It's already a little narrow. Cars park on both sides. It's one of those streets where if a bus is coming, you got to pull over because there's not room for the bus and the car. So with 2,300 vehicles with a new intersection, we need an independent study for everything we talked about, because we have the paid experts paid for by the company that wants to go in,
But I don't know who's really looking at the facts to represent Geneva. And I thank you for your service. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Rick Orlowski. I'm sorry, I'm terrible.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me here. I'm Rick Orlowski, 1595 Wesley Court, Geneva. Like others, a lot of the questions have been asked and also have been commented here, so I'll make this short in a sense. One of the things that wasn't discussed in a little bit more detail was the actual carbon footprint of these trucks. On a typical average for one truck produces a carbon footprint of over 201,000 kilograms or 223 tons of carbon. That's per truck. That's one of the things that was not discussed here on the impact of the health of the surrounding areas. From a nature conservancy, the average yearly carbon footprint of just one person in the United States is only 16 tons. That's a big difference. That's a big impact to the residents close to that facility. Talking about the decibels, they're spot on with those figures. 90 plus decibels, especially when you decelerate and when you accelerate. We all know that. That's on Kirk. That berm's not going to do nothing. That berm is going to help and protect what's in the yard, not what's on Kirk Road, and not to the residents. So that berm's not going to do nothing for those residents. So, just an ending, because everything else was covered here, was I'm opposed to this project because the adverse impact to the well-being of our health, our environment, the quality of life here in Geneva, and the devaluation of the value of the property, which is an actual direct impact and effect from building this 24/7 trucking facility at this location. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so we're approaching the witching hour again, folks. So per our bylaws, we are set to conclude at 10 p.m. So I want to take the temperature of the commissioners. We have another page of folks to go, and I don't know who else online, so.
I'm okay to charge ahead.
Adam, Michael, Becca, Jim, you're good? I guess she is. Froze. She's froze.
There she is.
There she is. Okay, we will continue. I just have to do that per our bylaws, so the commission will move forward. Chuck Lawrence. Chuck? Oh, there you are.
Yes, a lot has been said, and I agree with a lot of decibels, pollution, home devaluation. I just think this shouldn't be rushed through. A lot of research needs to be done yet. A lot of questions haven't been answered on their side with true facts. Give it more time at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tammy Lawrence.
Hi, so please excuse me, I don't speak as eloquently as everybody else does, but I just wanted to say, my name is Tammy Lawrence. I live at 675 Chandler. I'm a nurse. I went to nursing school. I did presentations for nursing programs, nursing students. Your presentation was very nice, but when I did nursing, any kind of application for nursing, and I did theories and skills, and I did it as a PowerPoint or a presentation, it looked really nice. It was really good. When I got into the real world, it was much different. This is what I think is going on here. We don't have enough of answers from these people. Just give it more time, and I really say don't go with it at all. We don't need it. We're Geneva. We don't need it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'll do one more person here, and then we'll check online again. So, Greg Knapp. Greg? 1865 Chandler? Nope, okay. Jerome Litska? Litska? Litska?
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to listen. My name is Jerome Lietza. I live at 669 Nicole Lane, which is the street that parallels Kirk Road. And I will going to speak about process 1 second here. The sign that tells us that we're hearing on the 9th is pathetic. It would be blocked by this podium. The fact that there was pre-application meetings and the hearing prior to this, I didn't find out about it till the day after. You can't even see that sign. That sign, I took a picture of it. There's nothing on it. It says it's a hearing. Doesn't say a date. Doesn't say what the property is going to be used for. I think that was shameful on our part, if that's how we were going to educate people about the fact that we were having a hearing. There was a pre-application meeting. They've known about this for months. We're not telling them anything new. Okay, now I want to ask, I'm a licensed architect, I'm going to ask some questions about the property, about the zoning.
Me.
Okay, fine. The site that's to the south, that'll be the detention C, that's 35 feet deep. Will that be owned by the same company on the south side of Geneva Drive? Are they going to be two separate parcels, or are they one parcel still, even though the streets go in between? If it's two, and the site to the south is a separate site, we have a lot coverage of 80%. The building on the south will exceed that 80% easily, if it's two pieces of property. Another item is the building height. Sure, they're carving out a little bit of the site to the west to level it for the storage of all those trucks, but they're raising the platform where the building is going to go. So the building height, that requirements of 50 feet, they're raising that 8 feet, and their building is 45. They're making it taller because of the existing grade. They're raising the existing grade where that building will be there. So it'll be actually taller than allowed per the building code of the zoning. How is that C that they're going to have over on the south side going to be maintained? That it's going to be incredible, the amount of water that they're going to drain into that portion of the site. And we talked about the sound. The sound studies, that berm is not going to do anything. The sound is going to come directly down Geneva Drive from Lineage and from the other parks that are there. Right now, when I walk my dog out there, you'd think I was living at the hospital emergency zone. The beeping constantly, all night long. You can't imagine how loud it is. I can't have a conversation with somebody if I'm on Geneva Drive now from the beeping at Lineage, which is thousands of feet away. This project should not go through. I'm asking you very kindly to reconsider. This is a smash and grab. They've seen sleepy Geneva, the east side people, they're blue collar. They're not going to care about this. They'll live with the nuisance. I'm sorry, I don't want to live with the nuisance. I've lived here for 27 years. I'm an original homeowner. And this is not the right project for our location. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm going to check in with our online folks again, just make sure we don't forget them. Anybody online who wishes to speak on this matter, please raise your hand, use the raise hand function, and you'll be recognized.
The commission now calls upon Sarah Reek. Sarah, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony. Sarah, it looks like you're self-muted. Sarah, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony. yourself muted at this time. We're going to move on if you do not unmute yourself.
Okay,
Oh.
she came.
Hi, I was
There you
just
are.
wondering about the sewage system on the east side of Geneva. Does anybody know if that's been upgraded? Because we had a couple of neighbors down at the end of Geneva Drive who were complaining about sewage flooding their basements because basically the sewage system couldn't handle all the sewage in the neighborhood. And I was just wondering, is that facility going to further kind of exacerbate that problem?
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
No, just the only question I have is is our sewer system going to, because my understanding was the upgrade would cost $2 million, basically.
Okay, all right, great, thank you very much. Anybody else online who wishes to speak on this matter, please use the raised hand function, and you will be recognized. Anyone? Nope. Okay, so go back to City Hall. Tina Cherio? Tina, are you with us? Okay. Michael, can't read the last name, Chio, 407 North Bennett. Michael, are you with us? James Crowley. There you go. Yeah, please, if it's already been said, we don't need to hear it.
I got it, I understand. Thank you. This is insanely outside of my comfort zone, so bear with me.
That's all right. That's no problem.
I originally wanted to come up and speak mostly about sound, right? And everybody's spoken about sound. I did want to add something to the idea of this being a cross-docking facility. In the documents that these gentlemen over here, gentlemen and women, have submitted in the signage and striping details page, I don't know if you guys seen this one, the one with all the Amazon signs on it. They refer to it as a building design template for OXD, and OXD stands for outbound cross-dock, and that's an Amazon term, they use that. So for them to say it's not a cross-docking facility and that it's a warehouse distribution type of center, it's clearly an outbound cross-dock facility. I do want to add a little bit to the sound that we've talked about. Like I said, I live on Geneva Drive. We already know that currently the sound is above what is the ordinance, the 534 noise level to a residential area. They have proposed a berm on the other side of Kirk Road, and that berm is good for stopping sound from that side, maybe, but it's not good for stopping sound from Kirk, and it's going to reflect sound back to Kirk. I don't think any studies have been done for how much sound is now going to bounce off of that berm back at our houses, okay? And if they say that sound rolls up over the top of that berm, what's stopping it from rolling up over the top from the other side, okay? Does the proposed tenant, Amazon, have their own internal guidelines for noise levels? I believe it's 55 decibels. If they are adding 1 or 2 decibels above 70 decibels right now, how are they okay with that? How is Amazon okay with that? In that same sound study, it mentions that there is no possible other abatement options to mitigate the sound on the west side of Kirk Road because it's a right away for Kane County. So we can't even get a sound wall to stop that possible sound. We don't have any other options to stop this sound. So that's my question is, when this goes in and these sounds are over what the acceptable levels are, what's our option? Do we just submit sound ordinance violations with the city every single night that this is over that level? That's gonna stop a lot of people's jobs from moving forward. That's going to be a lot of paperwork to deal with, okay? I'm not going to talk about the other stuff. I don't want to waste you guys' time. We all want to get out of here at some point, but those are important things for me, okay?
All right, thank you very much. Brad Brinkhead? Brad?
Hi, sorry my handwriting's not the best. It's Brad Burkhead, 1103 Geneva Drive. I've been a resident for over 20 years as well. This is my second home in Geneva. I actually am one of the few who perhaps moved from the west side to the east. And like my neighbors, I'm there because of the neighborhood and the quality of life that it's extended to me. From the meeting notes and the conversations that we've been presented, we've been asked to trust you.
Sir, just address me, please.
I am.
No, you're not. You're looking at him.
You've been asked to trust them. We've been asked to trust them. I'm here to express adamant disagreement with the construction of the proposed Geneva Farms North distribution facility. Note, I said distribution facility. I further oppose the rezoning of the land from a rural residential district to light industrial district. I'm gravely concerned about the noise, light, and air pollution that will be generated by the facility. The truck and auto traffic increase that will be applied to Kirk Road is also of great concern and have been inaccurately represented in the studies that have been provided. The property value study that has been provided by the applicant does not provide a like comparison to a facility that they are proposing to build on the property. The impact study of the 5 case studies applied to the Geneva East residents all make conclusions to property values based on analysis after adjustments to the view of Kirk Road or vacant industrial land to the east. Of course, a distribution facility is not vacant land, nor is it a view of Kirk Road. As no independent study has been supplied or property values impact for homes in proximity to a distribution facility like the one proposed, a fair property value impact study has not been supplied. None of the light industrial or commercial properties south of Tyler and east of Kirk that front Kirk Road are of the nature proposed for this development. None have the size, traffic, light, and noise conditions that this facility would bring. The developer makes comparisons to these properties when in fact the size, scope, and proposed use of the facility are not similar in nature. A further concern is that little to no information about the materials that will be stored or produced at the facility have been supplied to the public for consideration. Will products that produce adverse sounds, smells, or hazards be produced or stored at the facility? If so, to what extent will this impact the quality of life or property values of the surrounding area? Good neighbors and stewards of a neighborhood do not attempt to enter an environment and hide their intent and provide misleading information to their potential neighbors. Unfortunately, the proposed developers and their representatives have elected to conceal those that might be impacted by them, the nature of their business. Further, they have attempted to convince us that their proposed development will have no impact on our property values or quality of life by providing non-independent studies that compare vacant land or dissimilar developed properties to the one that they would like to develop. Please do not be fooled by their attempts to deceive you and the public of the impact of their facility to the community. Please vote against the approval of the rezoning of this property and against the development of the proposed Geneva Farms distribution facility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe it's Denise Linke, 570 Kingston Drive. No. Eileen Crawley.
Hi, I'm Eileen Crowley. I live at 620 Green Meadow Lane. Green Meadow Lane is the street closest to Kirk Road in the Geneva East neighborhood. I believe that we will be more impacted than almost anybody by this development. I, again, don't want to waste your time, so I'm going to move through this quickly. But I also believe the documentation provided by these proposed developers is pretty inadequate. There's no environmental impact study, as you already know. The tree preservation study was lovely, and I was very happy to see that. But there was nothing addressing water, air, historic value, or wildlife. Generally, I am pro-wildlife, but I am not pro-mice. And I am terrified of the number of displaced field mice that will move into our neighborhood as this development goes up. I realize that is a very minor point, but no one has addressed it. As others have mentioned, the devaluation of home studies are really not a good indicator of what could happen to my street and the homes we live in. The homes at the intersection of Averill and Kirk, which is the Kirkwood neighborhood that was mentioned by the developer, the view from those backing up to Kirk is Gordon Flesh, which is a pretty small printer company building, a farmhouse, and what I believe is a community garden. That is not comparable to what our view from Green Meadow Lane is going to be, which is going to be a huge truck terminal distribution facility with over 500 semis coming in and out a day. I don't think these studies are comparable. As someone said earlier, we need an apples to apples comparison of what this is going to do to the value of homes in Geneva East, particularly those closest to Kirk Road. Lastly, I just want to share one thing from the City of Geneva's comprehensive plan. I don't believe this part was read earlier. It is on the same page referred to earlier about the industrial development east of Kirk Road. It says, due to the close proximity of this area to some residential neighborhoods and the frontage along Kirk Road, adequate landscaping and screening should be required. I believe that has been addressed a bit. But it goes on to say, this area may also be developed in a manner which encourages offices and similar facilities be located along the street frontage with warehousing, distribution, and other non-public facilities to the rear of the properties and well set back from the street and adjacent uses. I don't know if you have the authority to go against Geneva's strategic long-term plan. I don't know if you're comfortable with that, but I encourage you take a look at this again before you pass this facility going in. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Jamie Baylor.
Sorry, I also have awful handwriting. It's Jamie Brayton. I live at 631 Green Meadow Lane, which is a home that directly backs up to Kirk and is directly across from this proposed project. My house actually made the lovely video in the side-by-side comparison. I'm one of the homes. So I will keep this very brief. I had a very long speech, but most of my concerns have been stated many, many times. So my concerns mainly are the areas of safety, noise, traffic, and the impact of the home value. There is no way you can tell me that those studies are the same as this. I would like also some additional information on flooding and water management. If we're turning a field into this site, where is all that water going to go, especially as we've experienced extreme weather lately? I also like to know a little bit of information about how this potential business impacts small businesses in Geneva that have already been impacted by COVID. Lastly, just a quote, as one municipal report about successful communities and development project states, all development is not created equal. Some development projects will make a community a better place to live, work, and visit, and other projects will not. The biggest impediment to better development in many communities is a fear of saying no to anything. My hope is that Geneva continues to be a city that says yes to projects that improve the life of its community members. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's a zero thrill. I'm sorry. Iser.
Nobody pronounces it correctly.
Especially me.
It's Azure Thill at 623 Lexington Drive.
Got it.
Okay, good job. And actually, shout out to Chayton, though, who we like inundated your mailbox, your email box in the past week, and you organized everything. You got the documents everywhere they needed to be, and I believe you responded to every single one of our emails. So truly, thank you. That was a monumental task.
Hear that. We definitely like to hear that.
And I have to say, I, like many of the other people in this room, I did hours and hours of research to prepare, and coming in late, everybody has spoken on my behalf. So I am actually very humbled, though, to live in a community with so many intelligent, articulate, resourceful neighbors. And I think that hopefully we have shown you how resourceful we are, and that we can do a lot of really good research in a short amount of time, because most of this has been done within a week. We need more time to do even better research. And that is what we are asking for more than anything. I think there's a lot of people in here who would like to just kill the project altogether. I'm saying before we even decide that, we need to do more research, and we have not had the time to put in the adequate amount of time and good faith research to decide on this project. So that's what I'm asking for now, is that we can at least table this so we can do better traffic studies, we can do better environmental impact studies, and we can look at more safety issues before we move this forward. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Saeed Mehdi, I'm sorry, 645 Green Meadow, no? Terry Selleck, 1098 Geneva Drive, no? Rose Kabbalah, no. Sarah Edelman, 1524 Kirkwood Drive. Okay, and then Sheila Treepin, 1551 Kirkland Drive. No. You're good? Okay. That is everyone I have on the rosters. So we'll try online. Anyone online who wishes to speak on this matter, please use your raise hand function on your application so you can be recognized.
The commission now calls upon Saeed Mehdi.
Oh.
Saeed, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Hi, this is Syed Mehdi, and I live at 645 Green Meadow Lane. My house backs right up to Kirk Road. So I have first-hand experience of what the traffic does even now, as far as waking us up early in the morning, because there is quite a bit of traffic that passes perhaps about 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning onwards. So I'm really concerned about what it might do if the traffic had to be passing by all through the night, especially big rig trucks. And besides that, all the points that needed to be addressed may have been addressed by my neighbors, which is great. My concern is we should not rush through this. We should take the time to see exactly what it is that they're proposing and if that is accurate. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is this is a third party speaking on behalf of somebody else. So even if they do, I don't understand what legal standing we would have at a later date if they should do something else. They could say 500 trucks. It could be 1,000 or very many more than that. And probably that is all I can say for now until we have more time to do some more research. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, again, anyone else online who wishes to speak on this matter, please use the raise hand function on your application so you can be recognized. All right, there isn't anyone there, so anyone else here in the room who is not on the list who wishes to speak on this matter? Is that already spoken? That's it. I think we have completed the public part of the motion. Yep. All right, so I will now hear from the applicant on questions that were brought before us, even though we have them down, so yes, it's your time.
So, Plan Commissioners, good evening. Again, my name is Peter Bezos, attorney for the applicant, the petitioner. Let me ask a question of process. Is it appropriate now at this point to close the public hearing, let us answer your questions, and then you can get into deliberation?
No.
No? Okay. Matt, let's see. One of the questions was, again, it was more of an argument than a question, but it goes to the zoning issue. I'd like to ask Matt Cruz to come up. The assertion is that this is a truck terminal, not a warehouse distribution facility as described in the staff memo, by the way, because you said, well, it's a single load is conducive to warehousing, but a cross dock, everything just goes straight through. Would you please correct that notion?
Happy to respond. So, and listen, I appreciate, obviously, there's a lot of emotion and passion in the room here of the folks that live nearby, and it's great to see of the community. So I wanted to say that first, so kudos to you guys. These type of buildings, it's very important to distinguish between the two. As a developer of industrial buildings, I happen to build predominantly warehouses in what we call bulk distribution centers. They've got high ceiling heights. Over the years, over the last 20 years of my career, they've gone from 24-foot clear, meaning from floor to the first encumbrance of below the ceiling, typically the bottom of the bar joist, 24 feet, 28 feet, 32 feet. We're up to 40 is pretty standard on the bigger buildings, meaning that you put storage racks and you add a pallet position. So you have 4 trucks we're up to 6 pallets high now. So a key difference between a truck terminal, which again is typically 100 to 120 feet deep, a back of an over-the-road trailer is generally 53 feet. So there's a reason for that. Docks on both sides. You've got room for everything that comes off the back of one of those trucks to be loaded onto the floor by a fork truck. There's nowhere for storage racks. That product comes off of one truck and immediately onto another. In a distribution center or a warehouse like what we have here, we've got much higher ceiling heights. This building's 36 foot clear. You've got docks on both sides. Yes, it's still called a cross dock. In supply chain lingo, cross docking is another word for, I've seen it used as truck terminals. It purely as a verb. Cross docking means just going back and forth, like I described. A cross dock building, like this still would be, this one's 320 feet deep. You have a huge area of racks inside the building and product that sits and stored there until it needs to be shipped out. That product could be stored for 24 hours. It could be stored for a month. It just happens to move when it needs to move. So I wanted to make that distinction.
One of the questions, by the way, that ties into what you were saying is someone asked, what is the nature of the product stored? Somebody, talked about a battery warehouse that went up in flames.
Sure. So as technology's improved, these buildings, as many of you would know, the fire suppression systems in these buildings are pretty quite phenomenal. Not only do users and tenants and the city, everybody has a say of what is inside the building. The fire department's very specifically involved. This would be consumer goods stored inside this particular facility.
no hazardous materials. If there was ever a fire, there's a huge electric fire pump that activates a full early suppression fast response ESFR fire suppression system, and it focuses all that water in a very quick, focused manner on the fire itself. So unlike old systems where it would just turn on sprinklers and the whole facility would be wet, this is put the fire out, minimize the product that you damage, and get it out as fast as you can.
So there was a question about the number of trucks in and out in a 24-hour period. Someone said they first heard 300, then they heard 500. And related to this question of trucks is, I think you responded to a commissioner, but let's repeat it. Could our owner of this facility require all of its northbound trucks to go up Couts Road?
A couple of things there. So through the process, as you know, this has been a months-long process of pre-engineering, compiling documentation, submitting documents to the city. In that time period, you're also designing a building. So at this point, you have full design plans as required as part of a submittal and building permit should this project ever get approved. As you see in there, and in that time period, this particular owner changed prototype and decided this is the use that we'll have inside this particular facility. That's what's now submitted. That's what has been designed for a month or more, 4 to 6 weeks. That's where you saw traffic count change, and that's the final one there. In terms of Couts Road, long-term planning of the city, as you know, with Midwest Industrial Funds Business Park planned south of this project, Couts Road's projected to extend down to Fabian. So as more develops, you have a regional traffic network that expands to offer, and Couts Road's being widened, right? And so you've got this regional traffic pattern that can open up, and folks will have many options. And as Kirk Road, as Couts, as certain roads get more traveled, people have options. That's part of the comp plan, is get more access available to smooth traffic flow through the area.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to? I think a question was somebody couldn't make sense out of the 500 trips a day.
Sarah, can you talk to, so the actual count that you guys did over a 24-hour period, I know there was confusion over that 200 truck number versus the 500 projected in the traffic study.
Yes.
What you're talking about, you've got that.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a fair question because there are a lot of numbers on this page, and so I'm happy to speak to this. As was pointed out, there is a projection of approximately 506 truck trips out of this facility per day, and we compared that quantity of additional truck trips on Kirk Road to the 24-hour count that we collected on that roadway. And as noted in our original traffic study, traffic will flow to and from the north and the south on both Couts and Kirk Road. We estimate approximately 40% of trucks would travel to and from the south on Kirk. So the segment in the area that would carry the largest quantity of site-related trucks is Kirk Road south of Geneva. So we calculated what 40% of the daily truck trips would be to arrive at the 204 additional truck trips on Kirk Road south of Geneva. Now, I'll tell you there is a little bit of rounding error there because we calculated the hourly distribution of truck trips because that is what we received from the end user, and so then we added all of them up without preserving all those decimals because we don't have 0.4 trucks in an hour. We rounded each hour and then added it up to the bottom. Similarly, to and from the north on Geneva, we're anticipating 30% of the truck trips. So that 153 daily truck trips from this development, adding to Kirk Road north of Geneva, is that total daily truck trips times 30% compared to what we observed in our existing 24-hour count there.
Thanks. Jason, would you come up? I'm going to ask our civil engineer, Jason Cebulski, to answer these two questions. One person was concerned about the the sanitary sewer capacity from the residences on the west side of Kirk, and whether this was going to make it worse. And then someone else said, where will our stormwater go?
Absolutely, yes. So thank you again. So the sewage backup, our sewage site will drain south to the Geneva Drive, where we will extend the infrastructure of the sanitary sewer system, and that storm sewer will head east. That storm sewer will not, that sanitary sewer will not head west, not have any impact on the residents there. It heads to a separate sanitary district, or a separate sanitary network of pipes. So it's not related to that.
Where will our stormwater go?
Our stormwater, yes. So I think I spoke to this last time. I'll kind of reiterate the whole plan of the drainage and everything. The site right now currently drains from west to east, with Kirk Road being one of the major high lines for the drainage divides. Everything east of Kirk Road, for the most part, especially in our site, goes to Crest Creek. And how it gets there right now is it kind of overland flows. It kind of goes across a couple properties, and it goes to Geneva Drive, goes to a couple pond network, and heads towards the airport area where Crest Creek starts. What we will do as part of this project, and what we're proposing to do, is have a stormwater pond on the south side there that has 5 feet of bounce, which is what we call bounce, is what the normal water level is under no flow conditions to what we call as a 100-year storm event, which is the high water line we call. That difference in elevation is 5 feet. That elevation is also 25 feet lower than the lowest spot of Kirk Road. So maybe that was a confusion, was that it would have to build up almost 30 feet to even come back the other way. So stormwater from the site will be collected in storm sewer networks, pipes throughout the area, structures, be collected and then piped to the south side where the pond's located. The pond will fill up, do its job, and slowly release via a restrictor structure, which slowly releases over time and into the Geneva Drive network to the east of us, and ultimately to Crest Creek. So the sanitary and the stormwater go east, not west.
So that's all the questions that we were going to respond to that I thought called for response. If you're okay with that, I'll just make a quick statement and sit down, and is that all right?
Well, I got some questions from the
I got some more
commissioners.
questions?
Yeah, from the commissioners. Yeah.
Question for the civil engineer.
Jason?
I thought I just heard you say that the stormwater was going to go to East Side Drive.
To the east.
To the east.
To the east, sorry. Not East Side, yes, not East Side Drive.
Okay.
To the east.
Because that would not be east.
No, that would be west, yes. No, east, to the east.
Yeah. Rebecca, did you have something?
A number of people had some concerns about the environmental impact, environmental impact study, all of that. I too had some concerns about that. And I guess I'm feeling like it's been a little bit glossed over as far as this is a company with a lot of money and a lot of resources, so why aren't you going the extra mile with some of the certifications for buildings and pollution and things like that? I just need a little more there.
Sure, and we spoke a little bit about LEED building and LEED certification last time. I even gave you past experience personally from that. In this particular case, they don't have a direction for us to seek LEED certification. But as I suggested, the building itself, just by given the nature of, again, Illinois doesn't do a whole lot right in many different areas. One thing we're very good at is energy code, and we're one of the more progressive states in the country. No one ever gets close to California, but Illinois is doing a pretty darn good job at it. And so, as with a lot of environmental and sustainability push, when you get true adoption is when you get code required stuff, when you convince legislators to make rules and regulations, and then that's just the new normal. And the new normal in Illinois is pretty darn good. So that's why you see stuff like LED lighting inside and out. It's all on motion sensors, meaning that lights can't stay on for more than 20 minutes unless there's an active fork truck in that part of the warehouse. You get regional materials. We're using, these buildings, we don't use skylights here anymore. Now you'd say natural light inside a building is a good thing, so you don't have to use the lights. Here, because of our climate, we don't do that. In my 18 years of building this type of building, the roof insulation has gone from 2.4 inches of insulation, R12, and unless you guys buy insulation for your homes. You may not be familiar with that term, but it's more than 2.5 times that now. So we have 6 inches of insulation to keep that heat from escaping in the winter and having to supplement heat that building. So the same way a cave would work, where it keeps a constant temperature, that's the type of things you're doing inside this building now to minimize. And I recognize that there's been questions asked about trucks idling. At the end of the day, there are 32,000 vehicles on Kirk Road under the King County DOT jurisdiction. We're adding 3% to that. So I know it's not a technical answer, but right now it's the best I can do.
Well, and you anticipated what I was going to say, and then you heard, Commissioner, that KDOT at some point is going to widen to 3 lanes in each direction plus a center lane, so 7 lanes. Who knows how many cars and trucks are going to go up there then. I've not normally seen environmental impact statements based upon transportation vehicles, but I think the reason we never even thought to do it here is because of the existing SRA, the heavy traffic already. And we're only, according to Sarah Hoffey's testimony, we're only increasing the heavy truck vehicles that go north by 6% and that go south by 8%. So that's why.
I can, one of the last questions that was asked, and it's just top of mind for me, I'm personally kind of in alignment there in terms of natural resources and wildlife. The IDNR, and Jason, maybe you can add to this. So in order to build a building like this, there are permits that you need from certain agencies, from municipalities, from state governments, and folks like that. The IDNR is the Illinois Department of Natural Resources. We've got to run a historical preservation check. We've got to run an endangered species check. And so all of those things get run to ensure that you're doing things the right way and you're not adversely impacting existing wildlife and habitat. One thing that's changed in the last, and Jason, you spoke to this last time, if you think of neighborhoods that were constructed even 20 years ago, you get your manicured ponds with manicured mowed grass and nice little riprap stone around them, and they're very manicured looking. Here, and oftentimes we ask municipalities and planning staff to make a variance for us, they're all naturalized plantings now. Naturalized plantings clean water pollution better than just having water go into a pond. And those plants are actively fighting and cleaning that water before it gets released downstream in a pipe. And that's what we're doing here. That's all I got on that.
We'd like to thank you for your hours and hours of listening, and we would very much appreciate your making a recommendation, hopefully
Sir, we're not
positive.
taking any more public testimony, sorry.
I'm sorry?
Somebody has a hand raised up out there.
Okay, thank you very much.
My question wasn't answered, it was just ignored. Are you writing down the questions?
Yes, we wrote down we have the questions.
Thank you.
Probably for, t-
If you want an environmental study, they thought, oh, we don't need it. What's that?
No.
It's a bunch of baloney. We need it. We asking for it. We want it.
hang on a second. Commissioners. Any other questions from the commissioners? Mim, I can't see Mim.
I was here.
Oh, I can't see you, so I don't even know if
There.
you're waving at me or anything. So,
I do have a question.
yes,
My question is for staff. If we turn it down, can they just, I mean, they're adjacent to St. Charles, can they, on this very same parcel, just turn around and do the same thing, same project in St. Charles, and then we have all the disadvantages and none of the advantages?
We have a boundary line agreement with the city of St. Charles that anything south of Division Street would be annexed into Geneva. So no, it would not just simply be annexed into St. Charles.
Okay, thank you.
John?
Question, do we have a similar agreement applicable with other municipalities?
Yes, we have boundary line agreements with West Chicago and Batavia as well.
So this parcel is either annexed into Geneva or it's not annexed
Or
at all?
it's unincorporated, correct.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Yes, sir.
You have the power to ask them to do independent environmental studies or studies about this property, the financial aspect of it, at their expense, not to the cities, but independent from not their hire. You get to choose them. Why aren't you expressing and using this power that you have?
All right, thank you. So. Commissioners? No, sorry.
Questions about the proposal may be directed to the petitioner, the petitioner's witnesses, and questions about the planning and the zoning commission process itself may be directed to the chairman. Following such testimony, the petitioner and the planning and zoning commission may ask questions of those who testify. Ask the questions, they haven't been answered.
David?
I think the petitioner has requested if the public hearing may be closed. I think the question to the petitioner is if there are additional questions you wish to answer, or if you wish to have the deliberation begin based on the testimony and evidence you've provided, or if you'd like to supplement that information with an environmental impact study or whatever the case may be.
I'll be right there. So if we understood your question, sir, we have put in all the testimony and evidence and responses we can think of. So if there's something you want us to respond to, we will. But otherwise, we have nothing more to add.
Well, we've heard from the petitioner.
So at this point, there's no additional testimony coming.
Unless there's information that the commission feels that they need in order to make a decision from the applicant and is going to request that prior to beginning deliberation. That's correct. That was the applicant's rebuttal.
And I don't know that I think we've got a lot of information about all the areas of concern and issues related to this property. I don't know that there's any additional information that's going to affect our deliberation at this point, unless they're willing to or want to do additional studies.
So we feel like we have a sufficient record. We should close it.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second. Moved and seconded. Celeste, please call the roll.
Evans,
Evans, aye.
Holloman,
Holloman, aye.
Madaskeel,
Madaskil, aye.
Mead,
Mead, aye.
Slivka,
Slivka, aye.
and Stocking.
Stocking, aye.
That passes.
All right.
So at this point, if I may, just articulate what I think are the major points of concern that I had coming into this evening. Noise, lighting, landscaping, traffic, valuation, and I guess zoning. I personally am comfortable with the characterization of this as an I1 use. I've spent a considerable amount of time in the commercial real estate industry, and I would think that this qualifies as I1 in my mind. Noise is the toughest thing for me, noise and traffic. I keep looking at the long-range master plan, and we've got acres between Couts and Kirk that are ultimately going to be built out with industrial, and ultimately Division and Geneva will connect the two roads. And ultimately Couts will go down to Fabian, so there's going to be considerable growth in traffic and use and noise. I think it's a challenge, it's going to be a big challenge for the county in how they manage the expansion of Kirk Road. Frankly, to go from increase the capacity by 50% and add a turning lane is going to increase a lot of these issues. And then I find myself thinking, okay, what does this particular property do to incrementally affect any of those those points, the noise, and the traffic most particularly. I don't know in and of itself that it's a big increment, but I do think that there are some valid concerns related to how this affects the residents to the west. As far as lighting, I'm comfortable with the lighting. I think that photometric design was fine. I think Kirk Road being lit is not going to be affected by additional lighting from the east. The landscaping, I think a reasonable attempt has been made to berm and landscape it, which will provide both an optic and a noise barrier. But I'm still struggling with the traffic and the noise. I'm interested to hear what some of the other commissioners might say.
Mike? Excuse me. Well, I would concur regarding the zoning. What percentage of a facility needs to have storage to make it not a cross-dock? So I've personally been involved in facilities that cross-docked and part of it stored in other parts. So I think I'm comfortable with that as well. The lighting, I spent some time out there, and the perception of what I saw was from the warehousing to the east, some pretty obtrusive lighting, building lighting, I think. So I think that a modern LED lit facility may actually not detract from that, and in fact, with the curved roadway and the landscaping, it may actually improve that, and the view of the buildings to the east. I appreciate the landscaping, the increase in the landscaping, the density, the height of the trees. I think that from a financial standpoint, the value to the infrastructure as well as to the tax base is not insignificant. Again, there are limited opportunities to improve the tax base. There are vacant businesses now throughout the city as well. So I think, again, it does. The hardest thing to deal with is probably the noise and the traffic. I think that, given the long-range plan and looking at the area around it, I think it's something that is probably inevitable, and just needs to be dealt with in the best way it can. I think, for example, the on the east side of Geneva Drive now, and this was mentioned before, the trucks lined up on both sides of the street at night. I think this facility has a significant more number of parking spaces that would, hopefully offset that problem, as opposed to the facilities to the east. So I think that's where I stood on the main issues.
Yeah, the two main issues I have are the environmental issues, and I guess you could say it's noise, but I just, to me, it does seem like a slippery slope of this comes in and then we, paving the way for this and more of this and more of this, and I just feel like I'm not seeing enough. I don't know what it would be from the applicant to put my mind at ease about all the just the environmental impact of all those trucks. Whether it's them sitting in different places or stopping and starting from the road, or and then then the noise from those pieces as well. So that's just a big concern for me.
Mim, do you got anything?
Yeah. I am a believer in the comprehensive plan, and I think that this area of town is inevitably going to be industrial, and I think the traffic on Kirk Road is going to increase exponentially with both the development of those parcels and with the expansion of the roadway itself. So I think a certain amount of environmental degradation for the residents is inevitable. The question is, though, could we do it in this project? And can we still, because it's not in the city now, even though it is in the comprehensive plan, I feel something less of an obligation to go with what seems to be an okay project and more of an ability to hold out for something that is both industrial, helpful to the tax base, fulfills the comp plan, takes advantage of the road, but doesn't have to be maybe the worst case scenario for the residents. I think that Geneva is in a to do that. I've been involved in recruiting businesses to other communities that aren't in a position to hold out for the highest standard because they are in economic straits. I believe this property will be developed appropriately eventually, and that we don't have to. I agree that there's just too much question about this. I don't feel certain enough about it to vote yes and take a chance that it all turns out all right. That's the way I feel about it right now. And it does, to me, come down to the noise more than anything else.
Okay. Adam, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much have the same concerns that everyone else has, mainly about noise. Obviously, traffic is a big concern, but obviously traffic is not going to decrease along Kirk. It'll only continue to increase, especially if KDOT is planning and intending on expanding. The noise is the tough one, especially if trucks, entering and exiting onto Kirk Road are coming from a dead stop. Then I try to think about, in the near future, how many trucks have already transferred over to hydrogen or electric, or potentially electric in the future. A lot of companies moving to try to move to a net zero type of program. It's just challenging because the city obviously have implemented what they would like to see there to try to draw developers to come in and build on those sites. We have a plan, and here we are with someone who's probably spent thousands of dollars trying to put something where we say we'd like to have that there, and to vote it down, I think would be a challenge for future developers who want to come into the city and develop, because we're kind of giving them mixed signals. So that's kind of how I feel.
Okay. Well, how I feel is, again, a comprehensive plan. I believe in that plan, and I think that's a preview of this commission is to implement that plan. I think I-1 is an appropriate zoning, but I think this is probably the most extreme I-1 project I've seen, certainly since I've been on a commission and in many other cases I've seen. So this is a very intense, has a lot of environmental and traffic impacts. So in concert with MIM, I don't feel that adjacent to a residential area. So there are I-1 properties that could be developed in this one on this location adjacent to residential properties, but not something of this intensity. So that's how I feel about it. And I think actually this use is almost more towards, that was brought up by some of the comments from the public, more towards an I-2 use. It's a very intense use next to a residential area.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may add, further exacerbating the issues on traffic and noise is if we look at the zoning requirements, this property, the numbers may have changed because things have evolved in this, but has 478 surplus parking spots. So it's not merely acting like a typical property would on this parcel, it's acting like a property that's multiple times its size as far as contributing to the noise and traffic. So that's what's challenging for me. I think, like Mim said and others have said, inevitably, this is all gonna be, the master plan will be developed, this will all be industrial, and it will be a big challenge to manage the effects on properties adjacent to Kirk Road, because it's going to be a high volume road that will make Randall Road look, I think it'll exceed the capacity of Randall Road. It'll be a different type of traffic, but it's meant to carry truck traffic north and south.
Okay, any other comments, concerns from the commissioners? I don't hear anything. Mim, are you good? Just want to make sure. Sometimes you freeze, so I don't know if you're with.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. I haven't heard any of the commissioners comment any further on it, so. Yes, David.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if we're entering into voting, I just want to make sure that we are making findings of fact. And there may be some revisions based on the conversation we've heard tonight, and then I'm hearing from the commissioners tonight. There may be some revisions necessary to those findings as they are currently drafted in their staff report. So we can make those on the fly this evening. We could.
Are you prepared to articulate them?
I guess that's what I'm asking the commission.
Well, let's walk through these. Annexation does not require a motion.
Correct.
Zoning map amendment, I don't see any additions or changes to the findings of fact for the first motion. I don't know of anything that would change.
Is that the consensus of the commission?
The second motion, which is number 3 on page 2 of the packet will be subject to the findings of fact, and we can discuss that. I also thought we had decided to add a 7th condition, which would be G, that there would be a KDOT approval for a full signalized intersection at Kirk Road and Geneva Road. We had talked about that earlier in the public hearing 2 weeks ago, and I think there was some consensus there, but before adding it and assuming that, I think we should get the nod that that's something we'd like to include.
You could spell it out, yep.
And the applicant was comfortable that the owner, the ultimate owner, will not proceed with this property, with this project without a signalized intersection anyway. So it does no harm to include it.
No, I agree. Doesn't have it. I mean,
And the findings of fact, David, I mean, there are different traffic numbers, there are different, if we can encompass the additional addendum of information that was provided on the, to the city staff, didn't make it to the report because a lot of that was provided in the last 2 days. Right? Is it fair to incorporate as and how those amend the findings of fact? Those are all submitted under, oath, essentially, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think it largely depends on the commission's deliberation of each standard. If each standard needs to be modified based on testimony submitted this evening, if it's currently drafted in the affirmative, but the commission feels otherwise, then we might need to make some amendments.
Well,
I think based on the discussion I've heard, it sounds like on the zoning map amendment, most of the commission felt comfortable that the zoning was appropriate.
correct.
But then getting into the special use standards for the planning and development, it sounds like that's where there were some concerns regarding noise, traffic,
Right,
impact on
right.
property values, et cetera.
So it would probably behoove us to walk through those, so. And that's for everyone's benefit, page 11 of tonight's staff report. Since we consider light industrial office research for item number 1 as consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we appear to be comfortable that the zoning is appropriate, then I would be comfortable with the determination made in the staff report on point 1.
Yeah, agreed.
The second point deals with diminishing value of adjacent property or nearby properties, and the conclusion there refers to the studies that have been opined on and testified to this evening. And we can discuss this. My opinion is that any property that backs up to Kirk today probably has some adjustment in value just because of the fact that it's backing up to Kirk today, and if just because of the noise factor and traffic factor. I don't know that adding this property across the street will further diminish that value if there's any material diminishment that exists today. So I don't know that I'm offside from what's concluded there myself. Others may have an opinion.
I think that's a good qualification, John. Is it the property or is it Kirk Road?
Right.
Yeah.
And I contest that there will be greater impact from what's going to happen on Kirk Road than adding this property. If you don't add this property, you're going to add a property of similar size with normalized parking and maybe normalized hours. I don't think that the impact is going to be meaningful when you compare it to being on Kirk.
I agree with you. But the expansion of Kirk is hypothetical at this point. I don't know if it's fair to say that when it expands and the traffic greatly increases, then that will become so much more of an issue that the other side of Kirk won't really matter. I think, are you saying that Kirk Road as it stands today is already enough of a noise generator, traffic generator, that it already outweighs anything that would happen on the east side?
I am, Mim. I agree with you that being hypothetical, the expansion, it will have a tremendous impact on the noise levels and some of the adjacent property values going forward. But I think today, as it sits, and having spent, I literally spent hours walking up and down Kirk and walking the neighborhood and driving the neighborhood. Kirk Road impacts the quality of life for the properties right along Kirk Road today. If you're 2 blocks in, you can't hear it. Materially, maybe in the middle of the night, but along the road, it's much more dramatic for the houses that back up to it and the houses across that first street. Much more dramatic. And you can hear it interior, just like I could hear Randall Road when I lived in Pepper Valley. I'm 10 houses in and I could hear the accelerations from stoplights and everything else. But being adjacent to Kirk is a material impact today on the quality of folks living there.
And I think expansion of the roadway or not, traffic is going to continue to increase.
Yeah. So what I'm suggesting is that the point, condition number 2 is also satisfactory in my mind, as stated in the findings of fact. Point 3, the proposed use at the specific location will not substantially or unduly increase traffic congestion, or on-street parking demand in the immediate vicinity of the proposed use and in the area affected by traffic generated by the proposed use. I think the bigger issue is noise over traffic, because you're adding 500 and some trips per day, and it's the noise generated from. So the percentage of traffic increase is not large, but the ongoing noise issue is challenging.
Yeah, yeah, John, I would agree. I mean, the traffic studies, the level of service didn't change. It's maintained.
I think just by the nature of adding a light, though, you're increasing congestion. I mean, and then the stopping, starting noise from the trucks. I mean, to me, this is not, this one is not met for me, for sure.
Right.
Well, could those kind of concerns be included under number 5 rather than under number 3?
That might be appropriate, because I think from a percentage perspective, it's not increasing traffic all that much, but it is increasing. 5 relates to adversely change the character of the area. Maybe as we get to number 5, we can layer that in as far as any potential change.
5 is the big one.
Number 4, the proposed use has been designed to provide for adequate ingress and egress and to minimize potential vehicle conflicts and congestion in public streets. I think that conclusion.
As long as it gets the traffic.
Right, you get the traffic light. I mean, it's been designed in order to have appropriate ingress and egress and exit out onto the major thoroughfare. Okay, now we're on to 5, Mim.
I just put it, you're right.
Proposed building or use will not adversely affect or change the character of the area in which it is located. And the conclusion here seems to be, well, the last sentence in that area, in that section, says the proposed development will not adversely affect or change the character of the area. by the nature of adding the light, you're adding, to Rebecca's point, a new dynamic of accelerating and decelerating vehicles, very proximate to the residents of Geneva East.
Yeah, and a lot of unknowns with, you know, how will the traffic patterns change from, I mean, we could estimate, say, more trucks will use this route than that route, and people will use it as a cut through and go here and go there. I mean, we just don't know. But I think there's, you know, it definitely is the possibility of adversely affecting, I mean.
And we might not be able to say for sure, but
Yeah,
but by adding a fact, by the fact you're adding a Geneva street coming from the east into Kirk, plus, you know, with both lineage and this user, and you're adding a stoplight, it will have some effect, and we have to acknowledge that.
Well, but under some maybe future circumstances, couldn't that stoplight be advantageous for Geneva
Absolutely.
East?
As the entire parcels, all the parcels get developed, absolutely. One will argue when Division Street is ultimately developed, it could offload some traffic from Geneva at that point, so.
It just seems that for this number 5, I don't find it possible to say definitively, as it does here, that it will not adversely affect or change the character of the area. This is the sticking point, because we just can't. This paragraph is written really that it's not going to adversely change the industrial uses that are presently there or that might be there. It doesn't adequately address, it won't change the character for the residential use, I don't think. So I don't think we can definitively be affirmative on number 5.
Nor can we, we can't say it will or it won't, you know, but we should acknowledge that it may adversely affect.
Right.
I mean, I think you could say, you know, any business that comes in could adversely affect. But I think it's the specific nature of the trucks and the transport that kind of raised that for me to you know, higher than the point, than the level of.
It's the intensity of the use.
Yeah, the intensity
next to the
piece
residential
that's-
area. That's what's at issue. That's what zoning's meant to help control. I think 5 does not pass.
5 is what?
5 does not. I can't support 5.
But as far as the verbiage, I think we could probably live with it. May adversely affect, and that might cause you to say it doesn't beat 5.
May, but for me, it will. But
Well, we need to definitively change this somehow, right?
And the commission needs to find that each one of these 9 standards are met in order to recommend approval. So we need to definitively say yes or no based on the evidence and testimony provided.
I would have to say that 5 is a no for
that's a
me.
no.
But why is it a no? What are the adverse?
Because of the
That's what we
Well-
need, that's what the commission needs to identify to elaborate on.
well, the noise, I guess. I mean, I think it's hard to talk about, I mean, I keep talking about the environmental impact, but I mean, to me, that's a piece of this. With bringing that many, you know, that much more traffic and diesel and things like that. I mean, to me, that's the character, it's the area and character of Geneva as well. I mean,
There's 2 types of noise. There's noise from the facility,
I'm talking about the noise from the trucks with the stopping and the starting of the light.
So on
How
Kirk,
that-
not from the facility, because I
Not-
think the noise study from the facility holds some water. I think it's.
Yeah, I'm not talking about from the facility. I'm talking about west of,
West of the berm.
yeah, west of the berm, exactly.
And then, does the addition of this project increase materially what's already present in order to adversely affect the area? That's where we've got 510 trucks on a basis of 32,000 vehicles. And 70%.
Yeah, but it's the timing. It's that so much of it is overnight
Yep.
and it's,
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's a 24/7 facility.
Well, arguably anyone is, right? I mean, anybody
Yeah,
can
but this
operate.
one definitely is,
Yeah.
and it's an intense 24/7 facility.
it's the combination of all the features that go into this particular project that just, there's just a
Right.
synergy there that creates an unusually difficult situation to have located by the residential area.
Well, and you've got other businesses that are 24/7, but a meaningful amount of the trips are originated in the darkest of night, right? So that's what separates this. A lot of
Yeah.
companies that get deliveries overnight, they get a truck or two in at 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. or whatever it is. And the volume that's going to be driven here is meaningful. So we have 211.
And it's an intense
211
24/7
trucks.
use. It's not,
211
it's not
trips.
it's not something that gets occasional deliveries or has a few night hours or something.
Oh.
It functions as a full 24/7 facility.
Well, 24/7, 365.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah, with lots of movements.
Is that I mean, is that,
Well,
Is there a consensus from the commission that standard 5 is not met
Yeah, there has to be a
based on the nature of the operation being 24/7, the extension of Geneva Drive? I guess what I would characterize as maybe insufficient evidence that the noise on Kirk Road will not adversely impact the neighboring properties.
And that's where it's the noise at 2 a.m. that will be, I know there was studies done and it's 63 or 69 decibels at 2 a.m., but there's not the amount of intermittent noise that one of the gentlemen, Kevin, somebody was talking about, which I think is going to be,
Yeah,
it's
I
going to
mean,
trigger a change in the character of.
He's right, you can hear the other facility, the refrigerator plant in the middle of the night.
Right.
And stuff that goes on there, and it's well off this site.
Well, and I'm talking more about the truck traffic. We're adding
Well, that-
meaningful truck traffic, 211 trips onto Kirk Road in the dark, in the
Night.
sleeping hours, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., which it's vastly different out there at 10 p.m., I can tell you, than it is at 4 p.m., right? So to me, it's hard to say that we meet it because of the overnight noise.
I agree.
Agreed.
I agree.
Agreed.
So I think, so we're not adding a may, I think we're saying the proposed development will adversely affect.
Correct.
Taking out the not. Six, the proposed use of the specified location will not adversely affect the use and development of adjacent nearby properties in accordance with the regulations of the district in which they are located. The location, size, height, proposed building, and other structures and the operation of the use will not adversely affect the use and development or hinder appropriate development of adjacent or nearby properties. Yeah, it's within, I think you said last time that under this zoning, a building could be 80 feet tall, right? So this is, I mean, you look at the mass of what could get built here under normal zoning requirements, or
I believe the height is 80 feet in I-2 and then 50 feet
50
in
feet,
I-1.
so, okay. And this is 40?
45.
45? So I think 6 is met, in my mind.
Yeah.
Adequate drainage, utility drainage, parking, and other necessary facilities to service the proposed use will be provided, and that such drainage, utility, parking, and other necessary facilities will not adversely affect the use, development, and value of adjacent or nearby properties. I think it sounds like this, the civil plans have been designed to such a point where it will be able to be taken on by our existing capacity, both and after being handled on site as far as stormwater.
Yeah.
So I think 7's okay. 8, the proposed building, other structures or use comply with any and all regulations, conditions, requirements of the city applicable to such building, structure, or use. I think that's correct. And finally, 9, the exterior architectural appeal and function of any proposed structure will not be so at variance with either the exterior architectural appeal or functional plan of the structures already constructed or in the course of construction in the immediate neighborhood or the character of the applicable district to cause a substantial depreciation of property values in the neighborhood. I think the design is not so, I mean, it's going to be industrial, and that's what you're going to see as a,
Right.
and they've done a good job to soften that. So 5, the only change we have is to 5.
Right.
That's correct.
That's the basis.
Yeah, we're recommending that we take a roll call vote on the findings as amended by the commission this evening.
Okay, and the only amendment will be,
And standard number
on
5.
standard number 5, we're taking out, in the last sentence,
Well, it doesn't have to be verbatim. We've taken notes
Okay.
to amend the findings, but just generally that.
number 5, the development will adversely
Finding
affect.
is that it will have an adverse
Right,
effect.
correct.
Okay, I think a roll call vote ought to make the record definitive, ought to be had.
And to be super clear, we're voting that, are we saying in the affirmative that it will have an adverse effect?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the will of the
Right,
commission, yeah.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, we drafted it,
Well,
we just
there's-
don't know if
there's- so
everybody
there's
agrees
two-
with it.
I'm sorry, so there's two pieces to that, right? Adversely affect or just change the character of the area, which aren't necessarily the same thing as I read it.
That's interesting.
I think it adversely affects it. But that's my take.
As long as you leave the or in there, you don't have to specify.
Right, right. I mean, the way it is, you can rely on either, but,
Just take out not, you can leave the or. We don't have to determine.
I would say and instead of or.
I would prefer the or.
I prefer the
stay
or because I don't know
as
that
is.
it changes the character, but I think it
Yeah.
adversely affects the sleeping hours of the area. Which, I mean, it's subjective a bit, so, but it doesn't harm us to leave the or in.
Right, if or is adequate, I don't feel that we need to be so sure that it's both.
Right. Okay,
That's fine.
so a roll call on point 5, that the proposed development will adversely affect or change the character of the area.
Do I have a vote? Do I have a motion on that?
Make a motion to have a roll call vote on condition number 5, confirming that the proposed development will adversely affect or change the character of the area.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Celeste, please call the roll.
All right, Evans,
Evans, aye.
Holloman,
Holloman, aye.
Madaskil,
Madaskil, aye.
Mead,
Mead, aye.
Slivka,
Slivka, aye.
and Stocking.
Stocking, aye.
That passes.
Okay, so we've walked through that, and so then, David, the last thing is the PUD, final plat of subdivision. I don't know that.
The findings of fact for the special use were tied to the planned unit development, PUD.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, the findings we just went through were a special use for the planned unit development.
Hang on one second. Let me just make sure we're on the same page. Was for the, was for preliminary final PUD, right?
That's the
Right.
findings we
The
just went
second,
through.
the second motion to be offered,
Yeah.
yes.
Really, items 3 through 5 are all kind of intertwined.
3 through 5.
I guess it's possible that the commission recommend approval of the map amendment, but based on the findings that were just adopted, should not recommend approval of the PUD, and the plat of subdivision is basically the same thing as the PUD. And the site plan review is definitely project specific.
So you're saying that someone's vote on the final plat of subdivision should be consistent with their vote on the PUD.
And
But to clarify, if this property is annexed, the first motion we're going to talk about is changing the zoning, and someone could very likely say, yes, I'm in favor of changing the zoning upon annexation, but I'm not in favor of, if you vote against the PUD.
Right.
Those can coexist, they're not mutually exclusive. Or they are mutually exclusive.
I guess they can be mutually
They
exclusive.
can be mutually
is the
exclusive.
point I was
Sorry.
trying to make. But
Yes.
3 through 5 cannot be.
Yes, it's getting late. All right. We ready for a motion?
I have a question.
Certainly, ma'am.
If we vote aye on the zoning change upon annexation, does that limit, if someone comes forward with a plan to annex and it needs a different zoning classification, are we creating a barrier for that person?
If the property is annexed without the zoning map amendment upon annexation, it would be automatically zoned to the most restrictive zoning district, which is the RR Rural Residential District. So I think it would be more of an obstacle to come in under that default zoning than it would the I-1 light industrial.
And if they wanted to bring it in under something other than I-1 or the rural residential, there would be no obstacle to them. They'd have to come back again and ask for a different.
Right.
Yeah, for like a
They would have to
commercial use.
petition for a zoning change, and that would require a public hearing before this body.
And frankly, what
Which they have to do under any circumstances other than I-1. So I just didn't want to create extra work for somebody coming in with a different idea, but it sounds like we would not be.
Yeah, it just follows the plan too, so.
and it's consistent with the master plan.
Consistent with the plan.
Right. No, I think that's okay.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for a zoning map amendment upon annexation of the proposed property located roughly at Geneva Road and Kirk Road in Geneva from RR Rural Single Family Residential to I-1 Light Industrial, subject to the findings of fact contained in the staff report.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Celeste?
Okay, Evans,
Evans, aye.
Holloman,
Holloman, aye.
Madaskil,
Madaskil, aye.
Mead,
Mead, aye.
Slivka,
Slivka, aye.
Stocking.
Stocking, aye.
That passes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for a preliminary final planned unit development approval for a 278,084 square foot warehouse distribution center with the following tailored development standards. A, interior parking lot landscaping requirements shall not apply to truck courts, truck parking, and/or trailer parking areas, and shall only apply to passenger vehicle parking lots. B, stormwater basins shall include native plantings, prairie grasses on the slopes of the proposed basins, and may also adhere to section 11-10-6A2 of the Geneva zoning ordinance. C, each required parking space shall be 9 feet in width and at least 18 feet in length. D, multiple driveways shall be permitted for each lot, meeting the satisfaction of the city. E, maximum allowable widths shall not apply to driveways on each lot. F, the street parking lot setbacks shall be at least 15 feet. G, the KDOT approval be received for a fully signalized intersection at Kirk Road and Geneva Road, and all of this subject to the findings of fact as amended in the staff report.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Celeste, please.
Just to clarify, that was in the affirmative?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so,
absolutely. I'd like to make a
Okay, so
motion
it's,
for.
I want to make sure I
Yep.
understand it. So
Ma-
it's in the affirmative and it says it's based on the findings of fact, but based on the changes we made to the findings of fact,
Right, but you have to make the motion in the affirmative, and one of our findings of
Right.
fact we've determined is not met.
you don't have
Right,
to
so
make the
that
motion in the
a
in the
vote to
affirmative, but
conform with-
that's the way it's been done and seconded, so I just wanted to clarify that
Okay.
a nay vote.
It's
would be
okay to make it
consistent
in
with-
the affirmative, that we've.
Yes, but a nay vote would be consistent with the findings that were made.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
okay.
We've not made a motion in the negative before.
No,
Are we ready?
I believe so.
I think
All
so.
right, we got Mead and Slivka. Okay. Evans,
Evans, nay.
Holloman,
Holloman, nay.
Madaskil,
Madaskil, nay.
Mead,
Mead, nay.
Slivka,
Slivka, nay.
Stocking.
Stocking, nay.
Okay, that fails.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve a preliminary final plat of subdivision for a warehouse distribution center at the location of Geneva Road and Kirk Road, subject to the findings of fact.
May I have a second?
Madaskil, second.
Thank you, Adam.
Yep.
Moved and seconded. Celeste.
Evans,
Evans, nay.
Holloman,
Holloman, nay.
Madaskil,
Madaskil, nay.
Mead,
Mead, nay.
Slivka,
Slivka, nay.
Stocking.
Stocking, nay.
Fails.
Okay. So I appreciate.
What happened?
We got one more?
One more.
What's that?
I was ready to
I
go.
don't think, not according to mine.
I think,
No,
I think.
When, is this gonna go to?
Are you sure that's it?
This will go to city council, right? What happens next, Jake?
Yeah, we don't need to deal with the annexation, so.
Well, I think it was the site plan approval is what we had a question on.
Which
but
is
it
part
was-
of the final PUD, so it's
Got
it's
it.
covered.
Okay.
But these recommendations will be forwarded to the city council on October 4th, which is a Monday evening, 7 PM. That meeting will occur in this room.
What happened? Could you just confirm what happened?
Sure.
I know it was confusing and it's very late.
The commission recommended approval of the zoning change if the property is annexed to the I-1 Light Industrial District, but recommended denial of the planned unit development request specific to this development.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for everyone for attending. Appreciate the input.
We're not done.
Oh, we're not. I gotta do public comment.
Maybe make an announcement on the.
Turn your mic on.
Hello, could everybody please move? We have a couple more items on our agenda. Thank you, I appreciate it. Especially when we're virtual, we have to make sure we adhere to the agenda.
You bet. Thank you.
bet.
Appreciate your guys' involvement.
All right, so, again, since we are virtual, we have to go through this, so, next item on the agenda is public comment, so if there's anyone online who wishes to have public comment, or anybody here in City Hall, it'll is kind of cleared out, would like to address something to the commission, please do so at this time.
Chairman, I do have a hand raised,
Whoa.
but I don't know if
Okay.
it's pertaining to this exactly. It might have been left
Hey,
up
it's late,
during
but
our
let's
discussion.
take it
Oh,
on.
Nope, she
Nope.
took it down.
She decided that we had
Thank you, Sarah.
dealt with her issues.
Too late for
Okay.
everybody.
All right, so I'm going to say there's no public comment, other business is, I don't think anybody cares about other business right now.
Well, we don't.
Unless Chayton's got something significant.
We do not have any public hearings coming up, but we do have a decent amount of projects on the back burner that should be making their way to a public hearing and to the Planning and Zoning Commission in the next couple months. So,
Okay, so no public hearings, so that's,
did we have any projects approved recently, David? I
got
can't even
the
think
council.
right now.
I don't know. Could we send an email in the morning?
yeah.
We can do that. Oh, the DARA project, the DARA annexation that was approved by City Council on September 20th.
Okay,
I knew there was
Alright.
something.
there had to be something, yeah, there's been enough public hearings, I think, so. Okay, so no other business, Mim, you can actually do the honors.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you, Mim.